I want to end this, if possible, on an optimistic note. Have we finally turned a real corner? Is there no looking back now on inflation?
I'm not willing to say that. I'm not willing to say inflation is over. As you know, it's sticky. It's hard to get rid of. It's pernicious. And to my way of thinking, it really hurts the people who can least afford it. But it is down in this report, and I am glad to see that. That is a positive. And I think that, people need to take stock come the end of the year here and start thinking about their moves for next year when it could become more difficult. You have time to plan now and think about what you're doing with your money. And let me tell you, I think it's high time to be doing that.
Jerry Willis, Fox business correspondent, also the host of Real Tough Women on Fox Nation and the Fox News podcast, Fearless and Proud. Jerry Willis, thanks.
Thank you.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. Not only is it open enrollment for a lot of people, it's also a time you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, switching to MediShare saves about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. But what's more, they like it. MediShare has double the member satisfaction rate compared to health insurance. Double. MediShare is a proven thing, too. For over 30 years, it's a Christian community of more than 400,000 members. And here's the thing, too. If you join before November 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, you'll get another $150 savings. So I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's November 15th. So call now and you'll save even more. Here's the number, 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
At Simply Safe Home Security, your safety is the only thing that matters. That's why you get 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day, because every home deserves to be protected. Right now, get 50% off the whole home security system named the best of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. Visit simplysafe.com/radio to save big today. Advanced Home Security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
Don't miss The Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Pluto TV is your place for holiday channels, including Lifetime and Hallmark, all for free. Download the Pluto TV app on all your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
When I grow up, I want to be a new pair of blue jeans. When I grow up, I want to be a kid's first computer. When I grow up, I want to be a glass countertop in a new home. When I grow up, I want to be a kid's best birthday present. When I grow up, I want to be a football stadium. When I grow up, I want to be a warm fleece on a cold day. When I grow up, I want to be a fancy backsplash. I want to be a bike that races around the country. When I grow up, I want to be a bench on a forest trail. I want to be a rocking chair on a sunny porch. I want to be a skyscraper. I want to be When I grow up, I don't want to be a piece of garbage. And if you recycle me, I won't be.
Give your garbage another life. Recycle. Learn how at iwanttoberecycled.org. A public service advertisement brought to you by Keep America Beautiful and the Ad Council.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. The Israeli military says it's conducting a targeted operation inside Shifa Hospital in Gaza, which it says Hamas is using for cover.
They say that this is going to be a very difficult and sensitive operation, and because of that, they're going to be having medical staff on hand as well as Arabic speakers. They say their intent is not to hurt anybody, that they say the civilians, though, right now are being, quote, used as human shields by Hamas.
Fox's Jeff Paul, the House passing a spending bill sponsored by House Speaker Mike Johnson. But as we hear from Fox's Chad Pergram, it could come at a cost.
Ironically, Johnson is doing the same thing that former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy did with a Band-Aid spending bill. It is thought that Republicans will stand behind Johnson for now.
The Senate still has to pass the bill before the Friday deadline. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Two-time defending national champion Georgia has passed Ohio State as the #1 team in the latest college football playoff rankings. The Bulldogs taking the top spot after a win last week over Ole Miss. The Buckeyes are second, followed by Michigan, Florida State, and Washington. A judge ruled Tuesday that Oregon State and Washington State should have total control of the Pac-12 Board of Directors. Those two schools are the only ones not leaving the conference next year. The other 10 members of the league are headed to various other conferences next fall. Skip Schumacher of the Marlins and the Orioles' Brandon Hyde have been named MLB Managers of the Year for their respective leagues. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Eric Messersmith, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
My answer to that question is when they say prove it, prove it to the Big Ten office, prove that there's a connection here. My response would be the connection is this. He's the head coach. He is ultimately in charge of the program. And everything we have in our bylaws and everything the NCAA is going to tell you is it's his job to know. It's a violation of the sportsmanship policy by Michigan. And their penalty is to suspend Jim Harbaugh, who's the head of Michigan football. Now, Michigan fans can buy that or not. I'm just telling you that's my response if I'm Tony Petitti. This is a Michigan violation of the policy, so our response is to suspend your head coach. If your response is, well, we're not denying that Connor Staggs did this, but prove that our coach knew, my retort to that would be, our proof is that he's your head coach. So him not knowing is not a defense. He's being penalized because your program did this. You're not disputing it. So we're punishing him as the head coach of the program. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Honey, I got a guy to fix our roof.
Oh, no. The last time your friend recommended a guy, we had to get the repairs repaired.
It's not just any guy, it's PJ Fitzpatrick. Look, they have thousands of 5-star reviews and over 40 years of experience. PJ can fix leaky windows, broken siding, rotted trim, and damaged leaking roofs in just one day. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick can even clean our gutters.
That's my kind of guy. What are you waiting for? Visit trustpj.com and set up an appointment today. TrustPJ.com.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too. Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and experiences connect through conversation, and it feels good.
This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too. Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together. Start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
Time for your Fox News commentary.
David Marcus.
What's on your mind?
According to Michigan Democrat Representative Rashida Tlaib, the term "from the river to the sea" is a call for, quote, freedom, human rights, and peaceful coexistence, end quote. According to many others, including Hamas, it is a call to destroy Israel, even at the cost of Jewish lives. Even after being censured by the House of Representatives for her anti-Semitic remarks and for spreading Hamas propaganda, with 22 Democrats voting to rebuke her, Tlaib doubled down, saying she would not be silenced and that her words were being distorted. So how are we to determine where pro-Palestinian sentiment ends and anti-Semitism begins? Over at the progressive New York Magazine, Eric Levitz has an answer. What's not surprising is that it exonerates Tlaib. What is surprising is that it is an absolute refutation of 2 decades of progressive orthodoxy about bigotry. Here's what he says, quote, "Too often, arguments about anti-Semitism get bogged down in assertions about a given claim's motivation, which in most cases is unknowable. So in determining whether a statement should be branded as anti-Semitic, let's focus on its explicit meaning, not its alleged motivation." End quote. It's utterly astounding. This is the 180-degree opposite of everything the left has said about racism, sexism, and transphobia as it pounded into our heads that we shouldn't use terms like you guys, peanut gallery, or mother, even if our motivation is purely innocent. They reinforce harmful stereotypes, you see. The entire basis of critical race theory is that motivation or intent is completely irrelevant when judging if a statement is racist. Why is this rule different for anti-Semitism? We've also been told that demographic groups themselves decide what is and isn't offensive to say about them. If a black person or a gay person or a Martian tells us something crosses a line, the left says we must respect that. But here we have Jews all over the country insisting not only that these slogans are anti-Semitic and hurtful, but that they are causing legitimate fear of violence. The double standard is glaring. For every other group, we must walk on ever-shifting eggshells so as not to microaggress. But when it comes to Jews, well, they ought to just be less sensitive. The saddest part of this is that, of course, Levitz is correct. Obviously, motivation and intent should be taken into account with allegations of bigotry. But if we apply this standard with its high bar to anti-Semitism, why not to every form of bigotry? It is possible to make a distinction between someone marching in general support of Palestinians and someone chanting glory to the martyrs, which is very much an explicit call to murder more Jews. That is a distinction most Americans would be comfortable with, but Tlaib and her band of loony leftists won't even call out glory to the martyrs. No. For today's American progressive, the double standard is the point. The rules of political correctness were never rules at all. They were an academic Rube Goldberg device meant to distract from the left's one and only true goal, power. In pursuit of this power, or as they call it, social justice, anything is fair game, even tearing down missing posters of kidnapped babies being held hostage. Americans must and eventually will defeat this perverse ideology that places us all into demographic boxes and turns a sly, blind eye to even abject anti-Semitism. But until that happens, until our society utterly rejects the double standards of identity politics, a lot of Jews are going to take a lot of abuse, and silence in the face of that abuse is indeed complicity. I'm David Marcus, author of Charade, The COVID Lies That Crushed the Nation.
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
You get up every morning and make it all work. You make the hospitals and the labs work. You keep the shelves stocked, the cash registers ringing, the production lines producing. At Vestas, we have the uniforms and workplace supplies you need to do what you do every day. When you think uniforms, floor mats, first aid kits, restroom supplies, think Vestas. Vestas, uniforms and workplace supplies for the people who make it all work. Learn more at Vestas.com.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Of course I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean tough messes off my stovetop and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked.
And when wipes won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like gunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy.
Headed to the National Appliance Warehouse for your new kitchen appliances?
I know big box stores have low prices, but what about service?
It's great. Their cutting-edge team of professionals will answer all of your questions. They'll even suggest what to ask. They do it all, including their own delivery and custom installation teams, plus 0% extended financing.
Wow.
I know, and you can shop over 100 brands in their 15,000 square foot showroom. That's 6 times the amount of space the average home improvement store devotes to appliances.
Okay, so better service, selection, and prices, right?
Always. National Appliance Warehouse Price Assures scans prices online and updates electronic tags in real time to confirm theirs are the lowest.
The Black November Mega Sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Save an incredible 43% on select GE appliances. They have an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Innovative and inspiring, you'll love GE appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom on 202 in tax-free Wilmington.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Sherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday, November 15th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Twitter and Instagram, the radio station at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Don Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, the associate producers. It's the middle of the week. That means Tony Bruno will be joining us live this morning from Florida. 8:25 a.m. He has already tweeted this morning. He's tweeted that he's going to be on the show this morning.
Love it.
Like 15 minutes ago.
That man comes prepared every week.
He does. He's going to have his notepad ready. He'll be showing off in front of the camera, guaranteed to be wearing something that is time relevant. Dawn, how are you?
Good morning.
Gregory?
Yeah, buddy. Rocking and rolling.
Another day in the life of Kayal and Company. We have a lot of good things today. The victimhood industry will be spotlighted in the Big Take this morning.
It's funny how this show is kind of like a episodic soap opera.
Right.
So, like, because we discussed that yesterday with Megan Rapinoe and Colin Kaepernick at 8:45.
Right.
And the next day, you do a Big Take on it.
Yeah, we've got more to go.
Look at that.
More to come. It's like the days of our lives. Except it's not a soap opera.
And none of us are sleeping with one another.
Well, that's
especially not me and you, Nick.
Right. That would be.
But they spoon Wednesday nights.
Right.
No, I'm just saying because that's usually what happens in soap operas. Right?
Yeah, it's a little strange.
Yeah.
Also, Dana White going in hard on a corporate sponsor that told him, no, I don't want you doing this. We'll give you those details. RFK gets a couple of endorsements in the world of athletics. Nikki Haley says something about social media yesterday that got everybody in a tissy, but I kind of agree with her.
Oh, no.
I think people are taking it out of context.
What? Okay. Oh, man,
Right?
you are
Yeah.
going to.
That's all right.
We're going to debate this, buddy.
Come this way.
She's a tyrant.
That's what I thought. That was the word I saw everybody was saying yesterday. This is tyranny. Or as KGP would say, that's tyranny.
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 Yeah.
Tyranny.
Yes. Also,
Wait,
this
that's Tyrese Maxey, right?
Right,
So you could
right.
call him Tyranny. I like
That's
that.
right.
27
Sixers.
points. 27. I
Woo!
mean, they
Is
lost.
that
but-
all he had last night? 27?
Yeah.
Well, here's the problem: is that when you do 50,
right,
you want to keep going.
Yeah.
You're like, well, I can beat that, and you take shots that you shouldn't take.
That's correct.
Right? I mean.
Yeah, and then you put up a 27 spot.
Yeah.
Not that I'm not, pleased with 27, but also a big win for backing the blue and a ban that could be on its way to Pennsylvania in the world of something that maybe your children enjoy consuming from time to time. Cut sheet, we've got Bruno, we got a lot today. So let's get to it. The news, round number 1 at 6:05. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. Yes, it is Hump Day, Wednesday morning, November 15th. We are sponsored this morning in Kayal & Company News Live by Piazza Auto Group. So much happening on this chilly day, and I'll tell you when the warm-up will begin, weather-wise, that is. So we have Philadelphia police investigating after 3 people are hospitalized this morning after a shooting erupted at a bar in Philadelphia last night. Murley's Cafe, South Philadelphia, 7th and Oregon Streets. Police say the shooting happened both inside as well as outside the bar. 38-year-old guy, another 35-year-old guy, and another 34-year-old guy. They were all transported to Jefferson University Hospital with gunshot wounds. The 38-year-old and 35-year-old victims each shot 3 times. The 34-year-old shot once, but in the face. They're all in the hospital. They survived it, but they're in stable condition. So a weapon was recovered at the scene, according to police. We have no arrests in this case. We don't know what happened. I would just say whatever happened to darts. Solve it with darts.
Yeah, right. Darts and pool. Jesus.
My gosh.
I know.
When did anybody ever solve anything with darts?
Well, if darts or, I don't know, a punch would have been better than pulling out the firearms,
Yes. I agree.
Jeez.
Yep.
All right, so that's going on. They're investigating that situation. We have in Norristown, we've been talking a lot about this increase, this rise in break-ins and burglaries that's really happening across the region throughout not just Philadelphia, but more importantly, the suburbs. And so this is the Norristown Police Department, Montgomery County. And we've heard a lot from Montgomery County about these burglaries, saying that investigators have now identified this pattern of burglaries. And in this case, these burglars are targeting Hispanic households in the area. So these burglaries happening this month between the hours of 2 a.m. to 6:30 a.m., overnight burglaries. And this is different from the other ones, so they don't think it's the same group that, for example, were happening on the main line in Radnor and Bryn Mawr. Remember, we talked about that Lower Merion, King of Prussia, as well as we saw as many as 20 in Abington. So those ones in the other suburbs have been usually happening when people leave their home, maybe around dinner time, or maybe when people go out to, go out for the evening or go out for the weekend, etc. This is very different because it's between the hours of 2 a.m. and 6 a.m. when people are sleeping. And so that's a concern when you have families asleep, somebody wakes up, and something could go wrong. So in this one, multiple houses hit. In one case, a window or door was left unlocked. So trusting community, close-knit community, they're saying you need to lock your windows, lock your doors. Yeah. And they say in addition to the home burglaries, they've linked 2 commercial burglaries with the same suspect or suspects. And those were back in October, Marshall Street, West Erie Street. So they're putting out the word as far as this. And I think overall, we can all say these burglaries, we've never seen this level of burglaries in our region.
Yeah, one thing that happened during the day when people are at school or at work, exactly. But to your point, 2 a.m. to 6 a.m., people are asleep, especially if there's children in the house. Yeah, it's one thing. You can always replace somebody's television that was stolen, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not so easy to replace your child.
Well said. Speaking of children, tensions running high at that Central Bucks School District meeting. Last night, we previewed this for you yesterday morning talking about this. Well, when board members did approve a six-figure severance package for their resigned superintendent, this is Abram Lukabaugh. So the back and forth between the audience, between the board members, but yes, ultimately, it is expected, the superintendent is expected to receive a payout of over $700,000. So the school board voting 6-3 on the terms of Lukabaugh's resignation. He was not present at the meeting, I should point out, but there were jeers, there were boos. Many who attended the event said they were outraged by all of this. This, obviously, a week after Democrats swept the school board race. So this has a political tone to it, certainly. But they don't take control. The new board doesn't take control until December. So that means the Republican-controlled board voted on his leave and his request. So Lukabaugh had just received a new contract and, yes, a salary bump back in July, making him one of the highest-paid superintendents in the Commonwealth. That actually the new salary bump that he received, and I looked this up yesterday, all the stats, is actually well in line with the fact that they have one of the largest districts.
Mm-hmm.
So I know that the Inquirer, just for anybody saying, well, the Inquirer had you can't compare oranges and apples.
Yep.
So there are some superintendents who make close to what he had made, and they have half the students.
And it's, I was going to say, Bucks is what, 17,500 students?
Yes.
I think in totality?
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. So his severance package includes a year's salary and more than $200,000 in unused sick time. He's been with the district some 20 years.
He'd be like James Franklin. If James Franklin got fired, he gets to stay home and get paid. Good life if you can get it.
For now, Assistant Superintendent Charles Mullen serves as interim superintendent. By the way, there was another vote, 6-3, to have transgender athletes in the school district play for teams based on the sex the student was assigned at birth. And the district obviously has faced backlash on all of these issues. The feeling, I think, if we read between the lines here, the new board is going to reverse everything.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think, Lukabaugh probably they would have had a no confidence vote, I suspect,
I think it was
on him anyway.
And it was a clean sweep, 5 for 5, I think, in that school board, right? Democrats winning all 5 of the seats.
That's correct.
Yep.
Yeah. So let's talk about other politics. Bipartisan vote, House passing Speaker Johnson's plan to avert the government shutdown we've talked about just before Friday's big deadline at midnight. So there was that vote, and the bill now goes on to the Senate for approval. Senate leaders indicating they will support this. So more than 90 Republicans in the House had supported it. They obviously received the 2/3 majority to pass this one. So this just averts it. They still have work to do. We've talked about the fact that President Joe Biden meeting with in California, having the summit with Chinese President Xi Jinping. That's happening today in California. And I just wanted to headline that one for you. There's another legal twist in the indictment of former President Donald J. Trump and his co-defendants. This one's in Georgia, not the Manhattan civil trial we've been talking about. So prosecutors seeking this emergency protective order. This comes in response to ABC News, as well as other organizations, obtaining the confidential interviews of 4 of those defendants. Prosecutors said they only gave the videos to defendants as part of the discovery process. Once it was out there, obviously ABC News, they got it, and everybody else ran with it.
Yes, and this is the prosecutor. This is the Fannie Willis case.
Yep. Or, excuse me, Fannie.
Fannie.
Was it Fannie or Fannie?
Yeah. Depends on what time of day we're talking.
Sixers, we kind of previewed for you anyway, but I will just say our Philadelphia 76ers, we kind of ended that sweet little streak that we've been enjoying. Joel Embiid, where's my, let's see, Tyrese Halliburton, 33 points, 15 assists.
Who is Tyrese Halliburton?
I have no idea.
Never heard of that guy.
I pulled up the wrong Tyrese.
Tyrese Maxey.
Yeah, I wanted Tyrese Maxey, and I pulled up Halliburton, so blah, blah, blah.
If Halliburton's leading the way, we're probably going to lose. Just a guess.
In any event, wow, wrong Tyrese, 6 o'clock in the morning. Indiana Pacers beating the Sixers 132-126 in the NBA in-season tournament game last night snapping our 8-game winning streak.
Yeah, by the way, did you guys see the court last night? It was red.
Yeah.
The actual court was red wood.
Mm-hmm.
It was an eyesore. I put it on for 5 minutes. I'm like, I'm going to need to wear sunglasses to watch this game.
Tonight, though, back at the Wells Fargo
Boston,
Center
right?
for Boston. Yeah.
There we go.
Yep.
Celtics.
Yep.
So hopefully we just,
get her done.
Get her done. Thank you. Speaking of getting her done, you know who gets her done? Piazza Auto Group.
They do.
Getting ready for fall with the perfect Hyundai from your trusted Hyundai dealers. Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown and Westchester. Just shop remaining 2023 inventory like the Elantra, Santa Fe, Ioniq, much more at piazzahyundai.com. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, for sponsoring our news this morning. And the forecast this morning, we're continuing the trend for today, mid-50s, 54 degrees, bright sunny skies, but that trend starts to change as we start to warm up. So by Friday, we are 65 degrees. So tomorrow, lovely in the 60s, sunshine. Friday, it's a nice day. It'll hold out. I think if Nick Kayal has a tea time earlier in the day, it's going to be warm, feeling good. Sunshine will be out. Then later in the evening and then overnight, Friday night into Saturday, that's when some showers may come through in a cold front. And then we're back to the low 50s, but sunny for Saturday and Sunday. That's your forecast, and this is Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:15 on this Wednesday morning. Let's get to another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
All right, the Big Take this morning, the victimhood industry in America. The COVID-19 pandemic and the summer of 2020 riots created a brand new industry in the United States, the victimhood industry, and it is alive and well in America. You know, people come to America to achieve the American dream, thrive in a capitalistic society, and be all that they can be. There used to be a mindset of waking up each day, grabbing life by the balls, and making the day yours, right? The world is your oyster. That is how winners think. That's how winners operate. But that takes hard work, determination, skill, and a mindset that you are going to achieve your goals no matter what obstacles stand in your path. Americans during the pandemic searching for an identity realized that it's much easier to be a victim. Victimhood pays, especially thanks to the Biden administration and their never-ending campaign that is built around identity politics and people that have been marginalized. Instead of your identity being about your career, your family, your hobbies, your passions, your achievements, your beliefs, and your gender, race, religion, and sexual orientation, it's now exclusively about your gender, your race, and your sexual orientation. Everything else be damned. And now all the losers of society are playing the victim card to the max, and we have 3 stories to illustrate this madness. We begin with a drunk driver who was pulled over by police in April, and this video has resurfaced. I want you to watch this, entitled Clearly Mentally Disturbed Gen Zer Progressively Becoming Triggered and Losing Their Mind Over Simple Instructions from an Officer Who Is Doing Everything by the Book. Listen and watch this.
On.
Nothing.
Why are you driving in the wrong way of traffic?
No, I just got changed around. I just moved here like 2 months ago.
Okay.
I just got changed around.
Okay. Do you understand what's going on though?
Yes.
You're going into oncoming traffic.
I know, and I just decided that it was better just to turn around really quick.
Okay.
But I'm sorry. I just have like really bad social anxiety and stuff.
I get you.
I don't want to step out whenever you're asking for stuff.
Okay, well, we're past that. Just go ahead and step out.
As an Indigenous person.
Right back here, please. Miss Perry?
Well, I'm non-binary, so.
Okay. What do you go by?
It's Kai.
How can I refer to you tonight? Kai? Okay. Hey, I'm smelling alcohol.
I know.
How much have you consumed tonight?
Like probably 3 drinks.
I need to run you through some tests right now. Stand facing me, please.
But I just want you to know that I also have very bad social anxiety.
You and me both.
Okay.
Okay? Any recent head trauma, traumatic brain injuries, anything I need to know about?
Mental, yes.
Focus on my finger, please.
I am. You're just like trying to intimidate me.
I don't know how I'm trying to do that. This is the test.
As you know, as an Indigenous person, and there's a bunch of going around, I'm sorry, but It's just for me to be on my toes.
I get you.
Can you remember that I told you that I'm non-binary?
Yeah, I'll try my hardest. I'll refer to you as Kai, right?
Yes.
Perfect. I need to know if you have any injuries or anything that would prevent you from doing a standard walk or turn tonight.
Mental health.
Any physical injuries?
Mental, yeah. But no, I'm just saying.
Okay.
Mental, PTSD, depression, anxiety.
I get you.
What else you want?
Now with your right foot, place it in front of your left in a heel-to-toe touching manner with your arms by your side, just like this, ma'am.
Can you not call me ma'am, please?
I'm trying my hardest.
Okay, well.
Okay.
It means a lot to me.
I'm trying my
I
hardest.
don't feel like a man, so.
Okay.
It's kind of triggering.
Right foot in front of your left. Nope, go back.
I'm sorry, but the whole man thing just like.
I apologize. Let's see if we can move forward from it. You have 0 questions?
No, but I just want to tell you that I suffer from really bad anxiety, especially with generational trauma and PTSD around white people and cops. Like, it's just.
I'm going to speak with you right over here, okay?
No.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead and place your hands behind your back.
Don't, dude.
Don't make it hard.
Please.
Don't make it hard.
No,
Don't. You're going to get a resistance.
Dude,
You're going to get a
I
resistance.
don't.
Don't resist.
Don't.
Listen to me. Don't resist.
Don't. You're being
Come
a
here.
white man and
Come here.
don't. I followed all of your shit. Like, as an indigenous person, like, you guys. You guys are scaring me.
There's nothing to be afraid of.
Yes, there is. It's called.
That is downright remarkable. I mean, that officer did everything by the book, was trying to de-escalate a lady who is continually becoming more triggered. She's non-binary. She's indigenous. She's part of a generational trauma group. It's the white man. It's the cops. On and on and on she went, using every identity politics term known to man, blaming every single person but herself. And that's what the far left has created. And it was fueled, in my opinion, by squad Dems, the pandemic, and social media. Why? Because you have no accountability, you have no personal responsibility, you break the law, and then you're crying that you are the victim. Oh, and by the way, you've got anxiety. So does the rest of the world. Get over it. And a nice job by the cop saying he suffers from it too. He did everything he could to de-escalate and then ultimately had to arrest that individual. And speaking of Democrats, let's go to number 2 here. Let's go to an elected official in Georgia. This is Democrat County Commissioner Felicia Franklin, who was found intoxicated and passed out in the street, according to police body cam footage. Additional footage from her ride in the ambulance that we'll play for you in a moment shows her assaulting people trying to simply help her. Franklin is now claiming to be the victim, saying she was drugged with a date rape drug. However, her toxicology report does not support that claim at all. Franklin was found passed out outside of the 404 Sports Bar and Grill in Morrow, Georgia. Franklin no longer serves as vice chair, but is still an elected official for the county, per the Daily Mail. Listen and watch this disturbing and graphic footage.
You need to stop.
Felicia.
You're going to make it worse than what it needs to be.
Felicia.
Gotta get him out my face. I don't give a Get him out my face.
Felicia.
You better.
As long as nothing
Okay, I'm
is...
right here. I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. What happened? She's spitting up. She's throwing up.
Hey, don't leave me.
I'm not leaving you. I'm not going anywhere.
You but
No, she's not. He's not making it worse. He's trying. We're all trying to help, baby. Felicia. Honey, you fell down. You fell down. We want to make sure that you're okay.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
We gotta make sure you're okay.
No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not.
Felicia, this is Patty. This is Patty.
So also in this story, she is now filing a lawsuit saying that she was improperly dismissed as the vice chair because, well, she's the victim. Medical officials and police trying to help this lady out after she was clearly trashed could further injure herself or absolutely harm somebody else, and she's hysterical and then has the audacity to play the victim card and claim that someone drugged her despite no medical evidence showing that to be the case. Once again, blame somebody else instead of owning up to your own poor personal choices. And then finally, we have a story about a social worker in Washington, D.C., and social workers, plural, crying about an entrance exam into the profession being too difficult and discriminating against minorities. You will see and hear this news report coming up at 7:45 this morning in What's on the Cut Sheet. But full disclosure, my wife, Kristen, used to be a social worker for 15 years. It's a thankless profession in which these people see a lot of awful things. And when a social worker arrives at your house or to see your child in school, trust me, you want the most qualified and experienced social workers assigned to your case. And the beef within this story that you'll hear about later on this morning is, well, we did so incredibly well in the classroom sessions of study and got good grades, but we failed to do well on the entrance exam, and we failed. I can relate to that personally as well. I was a good student in college, 3.3 GPA, always had B's, an occasional A, but I always sucked at the law school admission test. I took it twice, and neither time did it go well. Same thing in high school, A's and B's in high school, but my SATs were atrocious. I was not good at taking standardized tests at any level. Did I blame the test makers? Did I play the victim card? Or was I just not good at standardized testing, as many are not? See, this is the world we now live in. Cry and deny, point the finger elsewhere, blame somebody else. It's the cop's fault. It's the system. It's the white guy. It's my anxiety. It's my identity politics. But just don't look in the mirror and take the blame yourself. Just don't own it and admit that you didn't do a good enough job. America became America based on opportunity meeting merit. Now, these people want all the opportunity in the world, regardless of merit, and just hand it to them because they deserve it. They've earned it. They're the victim. Or else they cry foul. Then they become triggered and tell you about their anxiety. If we continue on this path, America will not be great. It'll be standard. It'll be mediocre. It'll be mid. And it'll be unrecognizable. I think it's time once and for all that we bankrupt the victimhood industry, and we bankrupt it today. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, you can be a part of the Kayal and Company comment community. Just go to youtube.com/at 1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons and be a part of the show today. We'll come back, get some thoughts and reaction on the big take. And then a very busy day yesterday for Dana White as he doubles down not only on his sponsorship with Bud Light, but doubles down with his support of Donald Trump. We'll get to that as we continue. It's Kayal and Company live on a Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wherever the road takes you this holiday, make it memorable in the ultimate driving machine. Step into the BMW X5 with capable performance, cutting-edge technology, and unmistakable presence. Or chart a different course in the BMW X3. With style and powerful all-terrain versatility, there's no limit to your adventure. Find your ultimate BMW X3 or X5 at the Road Home sales event. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Lease a 2023 BMW X3 for $589 per month. Visit BMWCenters.com today.
With food prices going up, it's hard to decide on what to buy and where to buy. If you're looking for a way to stretch your food dollars, look no further than your neighborhood grocery outlet. We have the name brands you love for 40 to 70% less than regular grocery stores. Our stores are locally owned and operated by people in your community, so we understand the challenges you are facing. Stop by your local grocery outlet today for deals you won't believe.
Grocery Outlet Bargain Market.
40 days to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds. Just say it with me. 40 days to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds. You will lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. They use your hair, saliva, and blood work along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements that get you and your body into the fat-burning zone so you can finally lose that weight. Then, NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep it off. Best of all, it's contractually contractually guaranteed. You are fully supervised the entire time to make sure you are burning fat and not just losing water, and you even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. They're with you every step of the way. Absolutely no shots, no hormones, no surgery. Locations close by in King of Prussia, Newark, Delaware, and Cherry Hill. 855-5NJ-DIET. Or from home with live online video consultations. NJDiet.com. 40 days to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed. NJDiet.com.
The life of an Eagles fan is a wild ride. Some years we triumph. Some years we don't. What never changes year after year is how we get to the game, shoulder to shoulder with our fellow fans on SEPTA. And this season, fans ride home free from NRG Station on the Broad Street line thanks to Unibet, an official casino and sportsbook partner of the Philadelphia Eagles. Plan your trip to the game and learn more about free rides home, sponsored by Unibet at iseptaphilly.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt. You may not be required to pay it all back because there are special programs now in effect that will significantly reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. These programs, which the credit card companies like to keep secret, exist to aid American consumers struggling with overwhelming credit card debt by offering tremendous savings and real debt relief. Accredited Debt Relief has established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you qualify for. They've helped qualify consumers with over $1 billion in debt and are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need during these hard economic times. For this free information, call the Accredited Debt Relief Hotline now. Call 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra in a salute to Philly sports fans at Westchester University, January 26th and 27th, in the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey on February 25th.
I love the orchestra.
Can't wait to hear the band. The city's on fire right now.
It was fantastic.
The Birds?
Keep this party rolling, baby.
Awesome. This is funny.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University and the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Planning a road trip this fall? Maximize your fuel economy by inflating tires to proper pressure and packing light. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Hi, this is Don Giordano. Are you concerned about your child struggling in school? Do they need more of a challenge? Now's the time to make the call to Kathy Ganna at New Hope Academy in Yardley and Doylestown. 800-300-0003. Let New Hope Academy transform your child's life forever by helping them now. For over 3 decades, New Hope Academy founder Kathy Ganna, a pioneering educator and entrepreneur who created the NHA model, has been utilizing state-of-the-art solutions to uncover ways where your child could avoid struggling and succeed. At New Hope Academy, there's a student-teacher ratio of 2 to 1, allowing for students to deal with many disorders, including high anxiety, social and emotional, and including bipolar. Do not wait. Remember, only the best teachers can work at NHA. Call for that no-obligation tour and consultation. 90% of NHA graduates pursue a college education. Call Kathy today, 800-300-0003. Online, newhopeacademy.net. Call New Hope Academy today, 800-300-0003.
Hey, Kayal, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal Company, 6:33. Welcome back in Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You can get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Tony Bruno at 8:25. You know, I've got a lot of anxiety leading up to the cut sheet this morning. I'm non-binary. I'm indigenous. I feel like Greg is triggering me. He's a white man. He's in a position of authority. And I'm in a generation, Dawn, that just, I can't handle this right now. I know I'm in the wrong. I should have been back from break by 6:30 to get to this segment, but I've got a lot of anxiety. A lot of it. And I can't take much more of it.
Wow.
Even though it's my fault.
That may have been the best video/audio clip we've played on this show.
And I hate
13 months.
I hate playing like 3-minute clips, but like
it was worth it.
It just kept getting worse.
Yeah, it was worth it.
Honest to God, like that officer, I thought did everything possible to de-escalate, and then when she starts talking about her anxiety, he's like, "Yeah, I'm there. I'm with you. I have it too." And eventually, 3.5, 4 minutes in, he had to arrest her, and you could tell that she was going to start resisting and the whole bit. I don't know how officers deal with this. And then she's like, you're triggering me by calling me ma'am. Like, okay, well, we're going to go with Kai. Is that what you want, Kai? I should get this right every single time? The first time I've ever met you? Like, I mean, come on, seriously.
Well, and the problem, and this is, they're going to have to I guess they have to retrain folks because now they're going to have to retrain with a generic term.
Right.
Because you don't even want to deal with that.
Mm-hmm.
But I will point this out, that, he said he had anxiety too. She never responds with an empathetic response to him.
It's all about her.
Because I'm sure he does have, dealing with her, people like her, oh my goodness.
Well, what cop wouldn't have anxiety doing the job they do today, right?
Yeah. And then the other piece, she calls him dude. She never asked his.
I was just going to say
Is that what you were going to?
Yeah, at the end. She calls him dude. It's like, hey, don't call me that.
Yeah. So, she misgendered him possibly.
Mm-hmm. We've created this society of everybody's a victim and everybody's going to be offended. And if you don't do and address me every way that I tell you to address me, that gives me a right to be a jerk.
Well, what sucks about this whole thing is that you're going to take, to Dawn's point, this person might be able to sue this officer for misgendering them. And so you take an obviously mentally ill person. I mean, she says it so much there.
Yeah.
Who's hammered, who's driving around.
Driving the wrong way.
And you let them loose because your officer misgendered them.
Yeah.
Like, that's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they need what's going to happen here is they're going to have, because if I'm that officer, I'm like, yo, I'm on the radio. Yo, can you get the gender equity officer over here? And the GE. They need the gender equity officer because I don't want to deal with this, and I don't want to get sued.
You see the officer with a little walkie-talkie attached to his shoulder. He's like, I need the GE ASAP. GE ASAP. We have a 1057 over here. GE ASAP. Like, and this is the worst part of it is you talk about having to retrain these officers. So now we've got to spend taxpayer dollars and spend time with these individuals in a classroom setting or an online class so that they properly attribute your right gender instead of having them on the street where we need them to protect society.
Wayne Bonfiglio is on the YouTube chat. You remember him, Nick, from the Families Behind the Badge, an officer himself. He says that video is more common than civilians realize.
And that's sad.
Wow.
Yeah.
These, you know what? To be really honest, body cam video is the best thing that ever happened for law enforcement.
Well, it's entertaining as hell. I mean,
that too. But
we had 3 minutes of radio gold there.
But this guy is like, if he's single, he's going to get 1 million offers for dates. What a sweetheart for the officer. I mean, total sweetheart, great personality. And he is sympathetic to her. He's not in any way, he's not any of the things that she's trying to make him out to be.
Right.
And it just, to me, I thought, wow, this guy, what a great guy. What a sweetheart.
Yep.
Joe Andre on Twitter says, maximum penalty for those crybaby drunks, an insult to those who actually have true mental illness. Maybe when the consequences are so severe, no one would conceive committing a crime. We have a big take regarding the reduction of crime. Can we have a...
Yeah, we could look into that for sure.
And nowhere in the lawsuits will be the fact that this officer pulling her over possibly prevented somebody from being killed in a head-on accident.
That's correct. All right, so if you want to jump in, 855-839-1210. So Dana White has made two very strong stances. One I love and agree with. One I disagree with, but ultimately it's your business, and he knows what his business can withstand better than I do, but we've seen these stories in the past. So, as always, we know Bud Light, Dylan Mulvaney. It's the story that has not gone away for now about 7-8 months in. And he doubles down on the UFC's $105 million a year deal with Bud Light, insisting that he doesn't give a bleep about criticism over the beer brand's use of trans activist Dylan Mulvaney, saying, quote, "They are exactly who I want to be with." So Dana White has hit back at some of his critics, and there are now growing calls from UFC supporters to, as we know, boycott the sport following the announcement of the 6-year marketing partnership with Anheuser-Busch. And they had previously held the #1 spot. As we know, Modelo has taken that over. Speaking with Theo Vaughn in a video posted on TikTok, Dana White was adamant that the Bud Light brand is the perfect partner for UFC, saying, quote, "It's like this whole Bud Light deal. People are talking S-word now. Sellout and all of this S-word they effing say. Believe me, I'm the furthest effing thing from a sellout. Bud Light is the right move for me. They are exactly who I want to be with right now, and we are very aligned as far as core values go. I look deeper than just effing, oh, you know, they did this can with whoever. I don't give a bleep. You guys think you're all looking for an apology. They ain't going to be effing apologizing to you." And apparently, and I didn't know this, now, Bud Light, that was one of 2,500 different influencer cans. So it was not just this isolated deal with Dylan Mulvaney.
I said that.
He was like, I didn't remember you saying that. He was, or she, or what, I don't want to misgender and trigger Dylan, one of 2,500 individuals.
Yeah, it was one Bud Light can that they sent around to different influencers on social media to hold up and say, look at me, I'm drinking a Bud Light. It was actually, they probably didn't even know. I mean, maybe they did. They probably just took the first, 2,500 of the most influential people on social media and said, send them Bud Light cans.
Could have been, for sure. Bud Light's investment gives the company significant presence in the octagon on the map, by the way.
Let me ask you guys a question. Does that then change your opinion on what Bud Light did?
No.
If they didn't really think...
No, because Heiner Schneid, I don't think, thought at all. I thought when you're the head of marketing, like, you need to do your due diligence. You need to, like, okay, what are our values? Who are we targeting? What is the market we're trying to continue to dominate? And then if it is 2,500, well, then you got a lot of work to do, or you better get your staff in there and divvy it up. Everybody take 600 and get back to me by the end of the week.
What I like about this whole story is that they were trying to do almost a crowdsourcing way of marketing. To your points. In other words, put this out to influencers. If you have a brand, and think of Greg Stocker. Imagine Greg Stocker, the brand manager, right, who says, hey, social media influencers, why don't you advertise for us? What could possibly go wrong, right?
I mean, you could do that by going to the WPHT, the 1210 WPHT store, and buying some of our merch and putting it up on social media.
Hey, there you go.
Sorry, Don. Go.
No, but how far do you go? And so to me, it's a little bit of a victory for people who do this for a business, who are professionals. And remember, Heiner Schneid, whatever her name is, she made fun of basically those Dilly Dilly ads that were really funny,
hilarious,
and really effective.
Yep.
And she was making fun of those. She was making fun of we can't get the fratty. Remember you played that clip there? Oh, it's like the frat boy image of beer. And she was horrible.
And
she
then
wasn't a pro.
And then the photos surfaced of her from her college days being a frat girl. So it's like, again, you better be careful with what you advocate for and rip, because there's receipts, right?
Yes.
The internet's forever.
That's so true.
So that was that. So, Dana White takes this stance on Dylan Mulvaney and the Bud Light stuff. I disagree with it. We'll see. I don't consume the UFC like some others do. We'll see what kind of impact it has on them. My guess is not nearly the impact that it had for Bud Light.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to really make an impact.
I don't either. If you want to see dudes punch each other in the face, you're still going to probably watch.
He's done, this deal with Bud Light has been a couple weeks now, and they sold out Madison Square Garden the other night. So I don't see that being effective at all.
I agree. All right, coming up on the other side, we will get to the second portion of Dana White as he goes completely all in support of and defending Donald J. Trump when it comes to being a Trump supporter and a voter, because he did not acquiesce to an advertiser and a sponsor. We'll give you that audio on the other side, and then we'll kick off hour number 2 with some very good stuff on Nikki Haley. It's Kayal and Company as we continue live on this Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Get the NFL week started off right tomorrow night. Excuse me, I'm getting ahead of myself. Today's Wednesday. Right now, all customers can get a no-sweat same-game parlay for Thursday Night Football. Tomorrow night, just place a 3-leg same-game parlay on this week's game between the Bengals and Ravens, and you'll get bonus bets back if you don't win. I know this is heresy. It's heresy to say on this radio station and in this city, but Ravens are one of the best teams in the NFL. I'm saying. NFL same-game parlays are the perfect way to combine your bets for a chance at an even bigger payday. You can build your own or choose from one of the popular same-game parlays pre-built for you in FanDuel's top-rated sportsbook app. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg right now, and don't miss your chance to get a no-sweat same-game parlay on America's #1 sportsbook. It makes these games so much more interesting. When you don't have a dog in the fight, it makes it so much more interesting. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT. Remember, FanDuel.com/Greg, and is also the official betting partner of the NFL. 21 and over, present in PA. Refund issued is not withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Rich Scioli. When it comes to all your home improvement needs, trust is everything. And that's why for years, I've been talking about the amazing work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons has done for me and my home. My roof, doors, windows, siding, and yes, remodeling projects. Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, and now baths and kitchens. Emmons is the Delaware Valley's one-stop shop for all of your home improvement needs. Call 856-556-3229 and get a free estimate, or go online to emmonsroofing.com, or even better, come visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. emmonsroofing.com. It's about trust, it's about quality, it's about great work, and that's why me and my family have used them for basically every project we've done to improve our home. emmonsroofing.com.
Does your broker say, "We're different, we're a fiduciary, we only make money when you make money"? Well, the reality is no broker is different. They all collect fees, even when you lose money. Does that sound like a fiduciary responsibility to you? Crash Proof Retirement is the only firm in the country which fully records all educational sessions, guaranteeing a fiduciary responsibility and transparency.
My name is Ed Topkowitz. I went with Crash Proof Retirement in 2013. Crash Proof Retirement earned my trust. When you come in, everything's recorded. I think it's proof that they are a fiduciary. I have a team of expert people who know what they're doing and have me as their first concern. And you don't pay any fee.
Register for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event at the Falls at the Doubletree in Mount Laurel, New Jersey on December 13th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Join WIP's Devin Caney and former Birds great Jason Avant on Monday, November 20th for the Miller Lite Bar Blitz in Westchester. The Miller Lite Bar Blitz will stop by Barnaby's, Saloon 151, Jitters, and Kildare's Irish Pub. Enjoy Miller Lite specials, cheer on the Birds versus Kansas City, and meet Devin Caney and Jason Avant. You'll also have a chance to win the limited edition Kelly Green Miller Lite commemorative can and koozie while supplies last. For info, go to 94WIP.com. Must be 21. Tastes like Miller Time, Westchester. Celebrate responsibly.
Free speech lives here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
You were young and your heart was an open book. You used to say, live and let live.
648, Kayal and Company, Wednesday morning. here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. What's on the cut sheet? Coming up at 7:45 this morning, Tony Bruno at 8:25. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in. Free Odyssey app if you want to listen that way. If you want to watch the show, as many of you do, just go to youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Okay, so we'll get to Nikki Haley to kick off the second hour. Dawn will have some news to begin the 7 o'clock hour as well. But I thought, a lot of strong opinions coming from Dana White lately. He's adamant about his marketing partnership with Bud Light. Okay, he's got his conviction. I disagree with it, but, he's standing by it in the face of people trying to say, well, I'll boycott your sport. And he's like, okay, go ahead. So I do applaud him for that. But then I also applaud him for what he told another sponsor. And we will play you this audio and video now. Was this also on the same podcast that I referenced?
Yeah, it was Theo Vaughn's podcast, which, by the way, he gets some huge guests. And he gets some very interesting guests. His show is just so... Yeah, I don't get it.
How the hell does he land these people?
Because he has a lot of people watch it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's in that same Joe Rogan camp where he's kind of, he's not apolitical, but he's definitely not a liberal, and he has interesting guests. He scored one of Tucker Carlson's first interviews.
That's true.
That interview, I dare anybody to sit through 10 minutes of that interview. It is super painful.
Yeah. I agree. All right, so let's get to this. This was Dana White. I'll just set it up with this. A sponsor for the UFC was not happy that Dana White is pro-Trump and basically says you can't support him, you can't vote for him, don't advertise Trump, Trump, Trump. And Dana White says, hey, buddy, you can go pound sand. Take a listen and watch this clip.
When you do a sponsorship deal with somebody, you have to look deep into who they are and, who's running the company, who's making the decisions, and are you aligned?
Yeah. I love that, man. Yeah, because we had Robert Kennedy Jr. on, and we had a company call, or a couple companies call after that and say, just stuff about him. We're not advertising on this episode. My advertiser's like, you guys need to take the episode down, And we ended up...
And what's wrong with him?
Nothing.
Guy's fucking brilliant.
And I've known
Guy's
him
a smart fucking
I've known
guy.
him for 7 years. Great guy.
Right.
A neat man.
Right. I've never met him.
Yeah.
I've only watched his stuff. And you got this whole Democrat, Republican, all this crazy. He's a Democrat.
Yeah.
Right?
But now they hate him just because he doesn't believe
He's a Democrat with common sense.
Right. Yeah.
Right? He's like an old school Democrat.
Yeah.
And smart guy, whatever. Let me tell you this. This
is great.
This is America. You can have whoever you want on your podcast. You can do whatever the you want to do. Imagine a sponsor that's sponsoring you, calling you and telling you that you can't have this guy. What sponsor did it? Who was it?
Let me think. And I'm not afraid to name him. I don't know if I remember. I really don't.
All right. I don't know if I believe you, but okay.
That's fair.
He definitely remembers.
I really don't know if I remember.
Imagine, and this happened to me too. This happened to me. I posted a video for Trump, right, on my personal social media. And one of our big sponsors called and said, take that down. You know what I said? Go yourself.
Yeah.
You vote for whoever you want to vote for, and I'll vote for whoever I want to vote for. That's how this works. I don't even care who you're voting for. It's none of my business. You.
Yeah.
Don't ever call me and tell me who to vote for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of people feel in fear these days, A lot of people feel in fear that if they don't vote for certain people, they're going to lose their jobs.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Hollywood, for example.
Think about how crazy that is.
It sounds insane. It sounds just like...
Well, it'll keep happening unless more people stand up for themselves and give them the you response.
Wow.
And therein lies the problem, though, because not everybody's got FU power, control, and money like Dana White. The average person who makes $55,000 a year, boss says, hey, I don't want to see you posting about Trump. You have a decision to make. You either stand for your beliefs or you acquiesce to the boss and say, in the name of getting another paycheck in 13 days, to pay the rent and put food on the table for the kids. So I give Dana White a ton of credit. I mean, he is basically the Vince McMahon of the UFC. And, I mean, seriously, how about the audacity of a spot? Like, Dude, you do realize this is the United States of America. That man got 74 million votes. And, oh, by the way, you probably aren't watching my product if you don't already know my support for Trump, because I just walked down to the ring with him at Madison Square Garden.
Well, I agree with everything you're saying, and I admire Dana White for saying that and for standing up for that. Not everybody has the luxury.
That's true.
To do that. Dana White has FU money, which he said about 1,000 times in that clip, in that 2-minute clip. Not everybody has that luxury. So, well, in theory, it's great to say, and it's nice to say, and I wish more people would say it and do it. Not everybody has that luxury. So, you know what I mean?
It's sad. I mean, it's one of the reasons I got out of sports as I became more conservative and started voting Republican, because I was not going to continue to deal with a medium that was supposed to be specifically about sports and guy talk and entertainment that was slowly but gradually becoming more social and more political, and yet only one view could be brought up on the air. There's no problem with his sports media personality. He says, I vote for Joe Biden. You never hear a peep about it. Now, you get pushback from Republicans for saying so, but nobody's going to tell you to table your enthusiasm for Joe Biden. But they will do that for the other side, specifically with Trump. And to me, it's wrong. It's either you allow everything or you allow nothing.
Well, I think I told you the story. Even my kids knew the story that Dana White was going to lose everything, and he's very loyal to Trump because back in the day when Trump was, still running casinos, etc., just extended to him, business and basically saved his business and saved his keister. The reason he's a wealthy guy and he can afford to do this is in part due to the generosity by Donald J. Trump. So I think also it shows to me that he's a loyal guy and he's saying, look, this guy saved me career-wise, saved my business, and now you think I'm going to turn my back? No.
Right.
I love that.
Yeah. And this is the United States of America. There are two parties. You can vote for who you want. I love how it's, well, yeah, we're not saying you can't vote for Trump. Just try to keep that behind closed doors.
That's why what we do on this radio station is so important and it's so valuable, because we really are the last bastion of place where people can go and really spout whatever opinion they want to. Like, I don't care if you have a liberal opinion. I don't care if you have a conservative opinion. Just give me an opinion. Just give me a thought. Just let's have a discussion.
Right.
We don't, we can say what we want, within the FCC guidelines, obviously, on this radio station without really fear of blowback or pushback from an audience, which is super refreshing. We're really the last place that you can do that.
Right. I mean, there are very few outlets that you can actually. Now, of course, you can listen to a podcast or you can watch Fox News or watch Newsmax. But like you're not going to voice your opinion on those shows and on those networks because, well, television shows. They don't take phone calls. We literally give you every possible way to communicate with us. Phone. We should create a text line while we're at it.
And we're live 4 hours a day, 5 days a week. You can call in, you can tweet, you can text, you can watch along with the show.
And you read nothing but, or not nothing but most of the counter opinions and those that criticize us.
Yesterday when I stepped out and tried to create interesting radio, people were savaging me. Me.
Oh, that was over the Macy's parade.
Yeah, it's fine. Bring it. I'm good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Voice your opinion. I will read them. If you call me a scumbag, great.
God bless you. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Coming up next, a lot of people are not happy with Nikki Haley, and I disagree with a lot of those people. I really do. We'll explain, and maybe I'm taking it the wrong way. Maybe I'm misinterpreting. Maybe I'm missing something. But I actually agree with Nikki. We'll get to that when we continue. Hour 2, Dawn's News on the way. It's Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Businesses to watch. Hello, this is Armin, president of Armin Chevrolet. What can I say in the next 60 seconds that is going to make you buy a car? Absolutely nothing. The Armin team has been servicing the automotive needs of the Delaware Valley for 40 years. What makes Armin Chevrolet different from other dealerships? That's simple, our people. From the first time you visit our showroom, service or body shop, you can expect to be treated like family on each and every visit. Armin Chevrolet always offers competitive pricing, expert automotive service, and a dedication to exceptional customer service. Visit ArmandChevy.com to learn more about what makes Armand Chevrolet a customer service leader in the Delaware Valley. All I ask is that before you buy, lease, repair, or maintain your vehicle, you consider Armand Chevrolet in Ardmore. Find new roads to Armand Chevrolet, where dealership meets friendship.
The White House wants you to think our financial system is stable, but the truth is recent data from the FDIC reveals another 53 banks could soon collapse, just like Silicon Valley Bank. This could crush the savings of millions of Americans, sending shockwaves through the economy. Hi, I'm Stephen K. Bannon, former chief strategist to President Trump, and today I want to urge you to diversify your IRA or 401k into a gold IRA from Birch Gold Group. Precious metals have 5,000 years of history in preserving wealth, making them one of the best places for your retirement savings. To find out more, get a free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold Group by texting the word HEDGE to 989898. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust. So text HEDGE to the number 989898. That's HEDGE to 989898 to get your free info kit. There's no obligation or purchase required.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
If the market volatility of the past year has made you nervous about your retirement future, you're not alone.
So many people are waiting for the perfect time to retire. And those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
But that doesn't mean that it's hopeless. Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 20 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, now on Saturday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Black Friday means amazing deals at Hessert Chevrolet. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on a new Silverado 1500 or $5,000 off MSRP on a new Chevy Traverse. That's an awful lot of green in your pocket on a Black Friday. Don't miss these deals because they won't last long. Get to Hessert Chevy today. Online at HessertChevy.com. Find new roads.
Your way or no way at Hessert Chevrolet.
Must have a compatible lease in household and qualify for leasing through GN Financial. Applies to select vehicles. See dealer for details. Offer expires 11/30/23.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal Company, 7:01, hour number 2 underway on a Wednesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick Hale, Dawn Stenzel, and Greg Stocker. Phil and Anthony here as well. 855-839-1210. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Cut Sheet 745. Bruno at 825. And I will defend Nikki Haley. And I actually have a receipt from a decade ago that will completely obliterate those that are trying to rip Nikki Haley. So when you're going to rip somebody, you better make sure the person that you advocate for didn't have the same idea a decade earlier. I'm just saying. We'll get to that in just a little bit. But let's get to the news. There's a lot of it. 7:02, round number 2, the great Dawn Stenzel.
And good morning. Thank you, Nicholas. It's Wednesday, November 15th. Tony Bruno coming up in, about an hour or so. A lot happening today in the news as we talk about, I'll get to that dispatcher's report, which was quite revealing in Philadelphia yesterday in front of City Council. But we want to point out some of the investigations police-wise that are going on this morning. 3 people injured after that shooting erupted at a bar in Philadelphia last night. This is South Philadelphia, 7th and Oregon. We don't know the motivation, but we know that shots were fired both inside and outside of Merle's Cafe, and 3 men in their mid-30s involved in this shootout, if you will, all transported to Jefferson University Hospital with gunshot wounds, one of them shot in the face. So they're currently listed in stable condition this morning. Police did recover at least one weapon, but no arrests have been made. So we're waiting for results from that one, if anybody's going to be charged, if they got everybody who was involved in the shootout. Obviously, overnight they were interviewing witnesses and trying to pin that one down as far as what in the world happened. We do have this report that was widely anticipated, and it was about Philadelphia's 911 call center. We've heard so many complaints and many people saying that they call, they get put on hold, or they are hung up on. But what they were focusing on in one case in particular, a dispatcher who sent Philadelphia police, if you may recall the situation, to the wrong address during a shooting involving a King Sessing gunman, that this dispatcher ultimately underwent additional training because it was a 911 dispatch error.
I remember you reporting on that story.
Yeah. So it was what they called a mass shooting because there were, 5 people killed in that one. And ultimately, the dispatcher had to identify how she made the mistake and then areas for improvement. And this was part of this testimony as Interim Police Commissioner John Stanford had to answer to City Council and to the City of Philadelphia as far as what's going on with our 911 call center that has been failing.
Yeah, you just mentioned 2 things that stood out to me. So at times they will put you on hold.
Yeah.
If you, I'm dying, please hold. And then they hang up on you?
Sometimes, I mean, that's happened to me before.
I've been hung up on, with customer service people that just didn't want to do their job. I know, oh, sorry, we just disconnected. You didn't disconnect. You hung up.
Well, I don't think anybody. I don't know if they're admitting they hung up on you, but I think they have so many calls, and if you're on hold, and then you get cut off or whatever's going on.
Wow.
But so some of these dispatchers, they're saying they make less than $50,000 a year. They're saying that the police receive 2.5. Part of the problem here, we get up to 3 million calls a year.
Wow.
And not all of them are actually for emergencies.
Mm-hmm.
Remember they tried to make it so you could call for other things, but people call. I mean, woman's having a baby, calls 911, bring an ambulance. I don't have a ride to the hospital.
Yeah,
that's not an emergency.
That's correct.
So, they were going through it, answering a lot of questions, and we'll continue to get more information. But dispatchers must now get precise locations immediately upon answering the call, which you would have thought they would have already had to do that. But that includes exact directions that would have been crucial in this situation. The department, by the way, will switch over to a more modern dispatching system by January of 2025.
Oh, okay.
So more than a year we have to wait.
Right.
But this allows dispatchers to select some pre-formatted answers for much of the information they now manually input. So it sounds like a lot of problems at many levels.
Yeah.
I mean, that's it's a hot mess is what I ultimately gather from the whole thing.
And only 14 months to go until we have the new system.
Jeez.
Hang tight, Philly.
What could possibly?
Literally, hang tight. We'll put you on hold.
God. So let's talk about the March for Israel in D.C. yesterday. Obviously drew tens of thousands of people, many from our region, from the Philadelphia region, Pennsylvania, South Jersey, from across the nation, really. People gathered in D.C. yesterday, really to show a support for Israel, that, we support you, our prayers are with you, but we know that more than 3,000 people from our region, from just the Philadelphia region, South Jersey, took part.
I saw a raw number, and I'm not sure if this has been verified, but they were saying about 290,000 total people that showed up.
Isn't that incredible?
And they're calling it the most historic, the biggest turnout they've ever had for any type of pro-Jewish, pro-Israel march, protest, gathering, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, so that's I thought it was a good sign, because we talk so much about all the negativity and the other side doing crazy rallies and making anti-Semitic slurs, and
it was bipartisan yesterday too, because there was Mike Johnson was there, and then also Chuck Schumer was there. So there was a lot of Democrats, not the Squad Dems, of course. The Squad Dems want nothing to do with that, but Democrats were there as well. So
this is true. We talked about the fact that tensions ran high last night, and this is going viral. Central Bucks School District meeting last night. 2 issues. Approving a severance package for its resigned superintendent. The writing is all but on the wall for Abram Lugabaugh, who's expected to receive this payout of severance as well as back pay for a guy never called in sick for 20 years apparently, so $200,000 in just back sick pay. And so the school board voting 6-3 on the terms of his resignation. Lukabaugh, by the way, was not present for the meeting, but ultimately they also, as well, they voted on the other issue that we had talked about, which was saying that if you play sports in Bucks County, in Central Bucks, that you will play the sport on the team that's based on the sex and the gender assigned at birth.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So that controversy going on. The new board that is ruled by Democrats that just won last week, they don't take over until next month. So this is happening ahead of, 2 weeks ahead of them actually taking over. We do have Speaker Mike Johnson in the House, bipartisan vote here to avert a government shutdown just days ahead of the Friday deadline for a budget. This is in D.C. More than 90 Republicans voted against it. And the bill did receive, though, 2/3 majority to pass in the House. Now goes to the Senate for approval. Senate leaders indicating they will support it. So we avert, a shutdown for the government, but they still then go on with their negotiations.
Mm-hmm.
And we've mentioned that President Joe Biden and Chinese President Xi Jinping meet in California today in San Francisco.
Is Gavin going to be there as well?
I'm sure.
So when Xi sits down, Joe will sit on Xi's left lap, and Gavin will sit on his right lap. It'll be like Santa Claus sitting there with two kids.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
On the holiday binary card, is that it?
They should put ball gags and chains in both Biden and Gavin Newsom's mouth, since that really kind of shows what China is to the United States and to Democrats usually.
Yeah. Yikes. Oh. I like that. Oh yeah, Kamala. I don't think Kamala is going to be anywhere. In the vicinity.
No, Kamala's not allowed at these big gatherings. She's fighting AI or something down the hall.
I did want to point out that we had mentioned those recalled fruit applesauce pouches, I don't know, a week or so ago.
Mm-hmm.
This recall is still going on with at least 22 kids from across 14 states, including Pennsylvania, who have gotten sick from lead. So it's inside these applesauce pouches, and this is lead poisoning. The Center for Disease Control, CDC, putting this out that the children between the ages of 1 and 3 had very high blood lead levels. So this is dangerous. They're putting this out again, and they're saying that it considers kids whose blood results come back with more than a certain amount, 3.5 micrograms of lead per deciliter, to have elevated levels. Obviously, this can cause brain injuries, learning disabilities, all kinds of problems.
Mm-hmm.
But these cases reported Alabama, Arkansas, Louisiana, Maryland, Missouri, New Mexico, New York, North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, Washington. So I don't see it in New Jersey. It depends, I guess, where they're being sold. But also, you might have... I had to go through because we have this stuff in our house in the pantry.
I was just going to ask about that because I was talking to Kristen about it. Aren't they basically, they look like those old school Capri Sun juice pouches?
Yeah,
they're with applesauce in
Yeah,
it.
they're squeeze packets with applesauce in it. And luckily my son hates them. So
okay.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good.
So I don't know, I of course was tempted to throw mine out. And Larry's like, that's not the brand. I'm like, they're probably all tainted with lead.
Could be.
So, but
Dawn hears one report.
I know.
She clears out her entire kitchen and pantry. Everything must go.
And while we're at it, spring cleaning time. Let's go.
Exactly. Let's clean out the garage for crying out loud.
Okay, we'll do it live.
So, cleaning out the pantry, the garage, it's all going.
Yep.
It could all be lead tainted. But seriously, you want to check the brands. You can decipher for yourself, even though.
I was a big applesauce fan as a kid.
It's good for you.
Yeah, but I used to eat out of the big jar.
It's all. If you're gonna eat,
it's all sugar.
If you're gonna eat apples, just eat an apple.
Yeah.
Enough with the sauce. We put too much stuff in liquid form.
What's your favorite apple? I'm a Granny Smith guy personally.
Oh no, Honey Crisp.
Honey Crisp are great.
Woo!
Look at us.
Yep, Honey Crisp.
Double jinx.
I like a Macintosh.
No, Honey Crisp.
Yeah,
they're
the best.
I'm not a big Red Delicious fan.
No, I don't. I do not like Red Delicious.
Bitter.
They're just they're bitter. They're not good.
All right. There's your Apple Power rankings.
too many bruises. Okay. All right. Let's wrap this up.
Yeah, let's get to Nikki.
We're at 41 degrees right now. feels like 36, so it's a little blustery, still a little breezy, but the warm-up is beginning. I mean, this is not Tony Bruno, Florida warm-up, okay, but, you know, we are seeing some rising temperatures coming our way, let's say. So 57 degrees and sunny skies today. Tomorrow for your Thursday, gorgeous day, bright sunny skies, 65 degrees. Friday, they've actually improved the forecast. Friday, 70 degrees and partly sunny skies, mostly sunny skies for Friday. Thursday and Friday, I mean, these are days to play hooky, I tell you. And then, or golf if you're Nick and Bill down the hall. But then Friday night into Saturday morning, that's when the cold front moves through, showers move through. And then Saturday, we're looking at 56 degrees, cloudy, starting out with showers, but not a washout of a day Saturday. Sunday is cooler but sunny. So Sunday, bright sunny skies, only 52 degrees. So the real sweet days of the week, 70 on Friday and tomorrow, 65 degrees. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Cut sheet at 7:45. Tony Bruno at 8:25.
Just give me the damn 5-day forecast and try to be accurate. That's all I want.
Dawn just did. She just did. Coming up next, though, we will play you the Nikki Haley clip that went viral on social media yesterday.
You've been teasing us since 6 a.m.
I know. This is going to be great.
My Lord.
I know. We have to give it the proper justice, the proper time. We can't squeeze it in and rush it just to get in before a segment wraps up. So we'll give it a full blast when we come back. It is Kayal and Company as we continue. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
From local town councils to Capitol Hill, agents who are realtors are standing up for what's right. We're here protecting property rights. Here advocating for the issues that affect our neighborhoods. Here championing fair and equitable housing for all. Because we are realtors, bound by a code of ethics, driven to serve our communities. We're here for it all. Here for you. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
In business, everything your employees do impacts your brand, including what they wear. Cintas has high-performance workplace apparel for almost every job imaginable. From work shirts and pants, to polos and khakis, to Oxfords or T-shirts, these clothes move, breathe, and look great. Your team gets the styles they like, you convey the image you want. And Cintas service includes weekly laundry and delivery. To learn more, visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
I'm living the life that I lived before I started having knee pain 10 years ago.
Meet Julie, a woman who makes the most of every moment in life. But over the last years, those moments were filled with agonizing pain until she discovered QC Kinetics.
Finally, the pain got so bad that people around me are like, oh, when are you getting your knee replaced? I was walking, hobbling. I listened to my last QC Kinetics commercial and I said, I'm done. I got to find out about this.
What Julie found out was QC Kinetics treats osteoarthritis with regenerative therapies, taking your body's own healing properties and concentrating them in the areas where you feel pain, helping heal and restore those damaged areas. No harmful steroids, surgery, or downtime.
It changed how I'm living. I'm able to do the things that I wasn't able to do for a long time.
Get back your life before the pain. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
With the right treatment and support, recovery from addiction is not just possible, it is probable. Millions of Americans have gone on to live fulfilling lives in recovery from addiction. You can start your journey to recovery today. Call 1-800-662-4357 for drug and alcohol treatment and support services in your area. Recovery starts with a call. Contact 1-800-662-HELP today.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
You get up every morning and make it all work. You make the hospitals and the labs work. You keep the shelves stocked, the cash registers ringing, the production lines producing. At Vestas, we have the uniforms and workplace supplies you need to do what you do every day. When you think uniforms, floor mats, first aid kits, restroom supplies, think Vestas. Vestas, uniforms and workplace supplies for the people who make it all work. Learn more at Vestas.com.
There's nothing like football season. And this year, fans in Philly can listen to Penn State football free. Catch every Nittany Lions game live with Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Free on the Odyssey app. Every touchdown, every tackle, every win. All right here. To get started, download the Odyssey app today. That's AUDACY. And search for WPHT. Available for Philadelphia listeners only.
Is the IRS after you? Do you owe them more than you'll ever be able to pay? Are they levying your bank account, garnishing your paycheck? Are you staying up all night worrying they'll take everything you have? Are they bullying you into doing something you know is wrong? If so, you need somebody on your side that's not afraid to go toe-to-toe with them. Somebody that's not afraid to fight them. Somebody experienced in beating them at their own game and helping you. That person is Charles Montesino. He's a certified public accountant and certified tax resolution specialist. He's one of fewer than 200 in the entire country with both designations. He's known as the tax problem solver because he solves tax problems. The IRS is the biggest collection agency in the world. They don't always play fair. You need to even the playing field. Stop being bullied and get help from a professional that knows how to beat them. Call 609-970-4634. That's 609-970-4634. He's the taxpayer's advocate. He works for you. That's 609-970-4634.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal Company on a Wednesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. This segment brought to you by Consumer Cellular, where they offer unlimited talk and text on every plan starting at $20 per month. Stay connected in rain, sleet, and snow with their premium nationwide 5G coverage with no contract and free activation. Visit consumercellular.com to switch today. All right, so let's get to this Nikki Haley story. I thought this was very interesting, and I have a completely different take than I think 99% of people that I saw responding to this yesterday on social media. Nikki Haley was on Fox News on one of the daytime shows yesterday, and she had this to say about social media, national security, and verifying your identity. Take a listen to this clip of Vice President's candidate Nikki Haley on Fox News.
When I get into office, the first thing we have to do, social media accounts, social media companies, they have to show America their algorithms. Let us see why they're pushing what they're pushing. The second thing is every person on social media should be verified by their name. That's, first of all, it's a national security threat. When you do that, all of a sudden people have to stand by what they say, and it gets rid of the Russian bots, the Iranian bots, and the Chinese bots. And then you're going to get some civility when people know their name is next to what they say. Accountability. And they know their pastor and their family member is going to see it. It's going to help our kids, and it's going to help our country.
All right, so that is the clip that everybody lost their mind over. I absolutely agree with the first part with show us your algorithms, or why is it that certain messages and viewpoints get suppressed and others get shared and, you know, redistributed at record numbers. I think all of us would agree with that because we know how kind of rigged social media is, especially these companies outside of X, which is owned by Elon Musk. But where I love what Nikki Haley said was the second part there about put your name and face on what you were saying. And everybody lost their mind yesterday.
As well they should.
Okay. Calling Nikki Haley a tyrant, and this is tyranny. Tyranny, as Karine Jean-Pierre would say. Vivek Ramaswamy comes out and says, and he, of course, saw this, and he's quote tweeting Nikki Haley's video. He says, Nikki Haley is openly pushing for the government to use private tech companies to censor speech. This is a flagrant violation of the Constitution and straight out of the Democrats' playbook. Any politician who thinks it's okay for the government to use the private sector as its censorship bureau shouldn't be allowed anywhere near the White House. I don't think this is censorship. This is accountability and responsibility. And here's why I disagree with a lot of people. I saw Rich tweet about this. I saw Dom tweet about this. Dom said on Twitter, Haley is never going to get Trump voters. But here's the thing people need to remember, because I've got the screenshot. Donald Trump on May 24th, 2013, he tweeted this 10 years ago. It should be mandatory that all haters and losers use their real name or identification when tweeting. They will no longer be so brave. That right there is my opinion. If you want to harass somebody, talk trash, threaten them, and try to bully somebody over a political view, that's cool. That's fine. Go ahead, do it.
put your name, put your face on it. Don't hide behind an avatar. Don't call your name Gus when your name is Bob. Have a set of stones, and if you're going to come at somebody, then show us your face, because we of all these little brave keyboard warriors typing away on their phone. Put your name and face. I don't think it's censorship. Just show me. It's just like voting. You want to vote? Show me your ID. You want to be on social media? Put your real name and face to it.
So Trump was wrong when he said it in 2013. She's wrong when she says it now.
I love both of them.
Chris Glansman on YouTube says, free speech lives here as long as we can verify who said it.
No, again, but see, again, we're talking, there's a difference here between the First Amendment and obviously what these companies do, what tech companies do versus what the government does. Like, people really need to, I think, actually read the First Amendment and understand what it applies to and what it doesn't. And I'm not saying it's limiting speech. I mean, look, first of all, hate speech and inciting violence or threatening people is not protected under free speech. So that's number one. But number two, I don't think she's sitting here saying we're going to censor what you say, but you're not going to be able to hide behind a fake burner account and be a pain in the you-know-what to people where legitimately people feel like they're being threatened.
You're basically supporting doxing people.
No.
Joe Blow said this at this time on this day. You just did a big take yesterday on...
No, doxing would be giving people's location and things like that. I'm not saying you got to give their location, but you have to have an authentic account. You can't just say, my Twitter name is going to be Trump Patriot 42 and have 9 followers, or you're not going to be able to just be somebody that harasses a conservative because you disagree with their views and hide behind that little shield that you have with no personal identification to it. I'm not saying you got to put your social security number up there, but if your name is Bill Smith, you got to put your name up there. It's Bill Smith, and put your picture up that proves that it's you.
I would love to hear Elon Musk's opinion of this situation. I think right, because he's somebody who knows the technology. He certainly he talks about the bots all the time. But I will say on Twitter or X, if I suspect that somebody is they're not who they say they are, they don't have their picture up, and they have no followers and whatever.
Yep.
I will. It's not blocking them completely, but I'll mute them.
Right.
Because it's like, I don't have time for you.
Yeah, they can still message you, but you never see it again.
Yeah.
Which is beautiful.
So I just mute. So there are already pathways by which you can mute people out.
Yeah.
But it's the equivalent of, back in the day, people making a prank phone call. Could they call you anonymously? Could they prank you? Yes.
I miss the prank phone calls.
I know. Remember the Jerky Boys?
Oh, it's just I loved prank phone calls.
Yeah.
Is your refrigerator running?
10 years old, I would call people at 11:30 at night.
Uh-huh. Yep.
So it used to be this is like a prank phone call. We just have to out it, and I think let the marketplace decide for me.
That'd be fine with me.
So I think Elon Musk is trying to work on these things clearly, and the algorithms. But Elon Musk is fighting against the government,
right?
Because what could possibly go wrong? We saw the FBI directly influencing, like 1984 Orwell, influencing the last election.
But here's the hypocrisy, I think, with Republicans that are, all about. So we're going to sit here and say, hey, it's not offensive for you to be required to show ID to vote. Prove your identity, right? That's what we sit there and say in some of these places that are trying to make it easier. And, you don't need ID. Like, you need ID for everything. To gamble, to buy cigarettes, to buy alcohol. You need to have ID to vote. That's my stance. So why is that not applicable here? If you're going to create a Facebook or a Twitter, confirm your identity. I think that's absolutely fair.
People can find you anyway. Like, it doesn't, you putting your real name out there, people can still. Look, you just did a big take yesterday on the guy who was found guilty for putting up memes of Hillary Clinton. He posted under Ricky Vaughn,
right?
Which is, when you talked about it yesterday, and I still believe it today, is egregious.
Yep.
That it is happening to him. But they can find you anyway. He didn't use his real name. They still found him. They still arrested him.
Right. That's true. I mean, all you got to do is track down somebody with their IP address. I mean, that's how the feds get you. But
I will say, one of our law enforcement friends texted me and said, this would help what we're talking about. This would help with the brutal postings that teenagers and school students do.
Oh, here we go.
Sometimes causing kids to commit suicide. We have to. So police are sometimes called into this to investigate. Remember, there's a big lawsuit happening, for example, in South Jersey, over that girl who was bullied in person and bullied online. But ultimately, police are called in to investigate, to find out that these posts, where are they coming from, and this person in law enforcement saying you'd be shocked at some of the things that they put up about, post about bullying kids.
It's also hard too, like sometimes when you get trolled. And I got trolled yesterday by a guy who follows me, who says he's a Republican in his profile, and I was starting to wonder, like, is this a real guy or is this just a bot? Like that, sometimes you don't even know, and I think that's what Nikki's talking about there when she says Russian bots.
Then get off Twitter.
Well,
it's
yes.
not. I mean, like nobody. Everything needs to be on Twitter. We have all of these rules and regulations that the government wants to impose on us. That's going to be a slippery slope. It's like, well, we do it for Twitter and Facebook, so let's do it for this. It's a giant slip. If you don't like being trolled, if you don't like people posting opinions about you,
I love the fact that people spend their time thinking about me.
I'm not talking about you.
Yeah,
I'm just talking about people.
Right.
Then don't be on Twitter.
Right.
And as far as the kids go, with the bullying and the suicide, I get it. Like social media is damning. But it's up to the parents to say, hey, Johnny, get off social media. Go outside and play. Skin a knee.
The internet's been a slippery slope for 30 years now, really, if you think about it. Because before social media, it was just the internet. And where was all the conversation? It was on, like, the instant messengers or, like, remember chat rooms? Hey, I'm in the AOL chat room East 3 if you want to chat.
But you didn't have to, like, it could have been anybody you were talking to on the other end. You didn't know.
Correct. There was just a username, basically.
I think that this is a really, really bad precedent to set, and it just, like, it coming from her, it just, like, I already didn't like her, and now I just don't like her anymore.
Well, I think a lot of people, obviously, that are against her view her as a warmonger, which I think there's not a war she doesn't love jumping in on. But she's also had the great, like, I've been a Nikki Haley fan. She's had the great, Dawn said it, she's had the perfect message on abortion. She's the right candidate for that message. She's polled well against Joe, and I like her for this. To me, it's not so much about government interference. It's just hey, go back to today's big take. Stop blaming everybody else. Take accountability and responsibility. So if you want to flap your gums, then put a name to it.
But she would, as the president, which, by the way, will never happen.
Right.
She is basically telling a private company, hey, by the way, everybody that posts on your site needs to register. That's basically what she's telling.
But she doesn't have the authority to do that. Right? She can't sit there and tell a private company what they have to do.
Exactly. So how would she mandate this?
I don't think she would mandate it. I mean, she's just, I think, talking braggadociously there. But I do think that there are probably some of these social media companies that are like, it's not a bad idea, right? I think most of these companies probably would be. Because when you sign up for one anyway, you have to give your information, right?
There are all kinds of lawsuits, and that's the remedy, the lawsuits. There are lawsuits right now. And that's why Zuckerberg, he was called before Congress over and over and asked about these algorithms. The question is, these algorithms, how do they work?
Well, yeah. The algorithm is a separate issue from the identity of this. These are two separate stories, I think, within the clip that we played for you. There's no doubt about it. These algorithms are all skewed. I mean, even a Google search. I mean, you try searching for candidates, you're going to get hit with all the Democrats first. You got to go out of your way to find, like, the Republican stuff. So I'm with you on that. But I'm only on Twitter, and I created my Twitter 15 years ago. What do they require from you these days to sign up for an account?
Guys, I hate to tell you this, but the only reason these companies want you to register is to collect your data.
Yeah,
that's it. That would be Twitter's reasoning for wanting to do that.
Well, that's not what they did at Twitter before it was owned by Elon. We know that now. I mean, they were basically stalking people and stalking conservatives, and they were trying to shut down and shut up conservatives. And they use the FBI to do it.
So what's going to happen if John Smith is on Twitter and he posts something and his employer looks at it and says, you know what, I don't really agree with that. I don't want John Smith working here anymore. Fire him.
Well, what's the content of what you disagree with?
He can post anything.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't think you should be firing somebody because they support Donald Trump. But if you're if you're harassed, so
what's to stop them from doing that?
So let's say Bob Smith is at work this morning and he is tweeting let's just say it's 10:30 this morning, and he's working a 9 to 5, and he's listening to Talk Radio 1210 on company time, and he's tweeting Dawn mean stuff.
Yep.
And he's hiding behind an alias.
Yep.
First of all, I think that's a fireable offense. Secondly, I mean, again, I go back to if you disagree with Dawn, that's fine, but you don't need to harass her, intimidate her, call her this, call her that. And then, oh, by the way, hide behind a picture of Joe Biden in your avatar instead of putting your real picture up.
Well, if Dawn doesn't like it, no, I don't know why we're using you as an example, but okay, since we're going
there,
there, let's go there. If Dawn doesn't like it, she can get off Twitter, which I want her to do. So, like,
I would just, if somebody said things that were highly inappropriate or threatening or whatever, I'd mute them.
Yeah. I very rarely block people. I mean, you really have to be like.
I actually enjoy it. Like, I like people who call me out. I do. Like, maybe there's some like sadist thing about me that I just like the torture of it or something. I don't know.
I enjoy it too, but being told to get off of Twitter, it's like, so I'm getting told to be off Twitter, but then it's like this guy's. Trust me, there's nothing I would love to do more than play whack-a-mole with these people that they come at me all day. I would just love to just roast them.
But you get nothing out of it. We're having this is a separate conversation. We're talking about people being on Twitter when they shouldn't be. But I'm just saying that, like, for Nikki Haley to suggest this, and for you, Nick Kayal, to suggest this and support it, it just where does the free speech aspect of this lie? Like, it's a bad precedent to set.
All right.
Well, to your point about this, because I was looking up the business big picture, because Elon Musk bought it. He just had his 1-year anniversary, right? When he bought Twitter.
Yep.
And so it was a $44 billion takeover. So I was looking up like his investors. So globally app downloads fell by 38% over the last year. 38% they fell. And so Twitter, things like Twitter and social media in general are down. And as far as his co-investors for Elon Musk, so that has been marked down in value.
Okay.
So his value of his Twitter shares are down to 61% of what he bought, I guess.
All right.
So now he has to redo his deal.
Right.
So from what you're saying, I think that's the remedy.
Yeah.
Is that people get sick of it. They get sick of trolled. They get sick of whatever. And he wasn't able to fix it.
Well, Kevin Pools has a really good comment about the algorithm portion of this. He says they're never going to share their algorithms.
Right. It's the secret to the sauce.
It's exactly.
Yeah.
Like, you'd be giving up, grandma's secret recipe, and you don't want to do that.
That's correct.
They're never going to share those algorithms. So this is all actually for naught, because to the point at the beginning where is even if Nikki Haley becomes president, which you won't, this is. She doesn't have the authority to tell Twitter that this is what you must do.
You're right. You're right. I stand with what Trump said on May 24th of 2013. It should be mandatory that all haters and losers use their real name or identification when tweeting. They will no longer be so brave.
But what's different is Trump wasn't saying the government should do it. Nikki Haley is.
Yeah.
In other words, I think Trump is speaking as an entrepreneur, saying the business should make it mandatory.
Right. No. We got to get to a break. 855-839-1210 if you want to climb in. Cut sheet in less than 10 minutes. Bruno at 8:25, and send your hate tweets this way. Make sure you just put your name and face to it.
I love it. Keep the hate comments coming.
To Greg.
I bathe
Nick
in it.
and I want the love.
I bathe in it. I like, give me your hate.
Yeah, go for the guy in the middle.
It only makes me stronger.
Back after this.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
I feel like I'm constantly cleaning hair off my bathroom floor. At least my Swiffer Sweeper makes it easy. Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths have ultra-thick pads to trap and lock hairs, like a hair magnet. And when I'm finished cleaning up my hair, Sweeper takes care of his too. Now the hair is gone, all thanks to Swiffer. Try Swiffer Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths. I promise you'll love them or your money back. And also try Swiffer Sweeper Wet to make quick work of tough, sticky messes.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
40 days to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds. Just say it with me. 40 days to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds. You will lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. They use your hair, saliva, and blood work along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements that get you and your body into the fat burning zone so you can finally lose that weight. Then NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep it off. Best of all, it's contractually guaranteed. You are fully supervised the entire time to make sure you are burning fat and not just losing water, and you even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. They're with you every step of the way. Absolutely no shots, no hormones, no surgery. Locations close by in King of Prussia, Newark, Delaware, and Cherry Hill. 855-5NJ Diet, or from home with live online video consultations. NJDiet.com. 40 days to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed. NJDiet.com.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Rutgers. Live coverage starts at 11:30 a.m. on 1060 a.m. News, traffic, and weather is always on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM and the free Odyssey app.
Rich Cioli this afternoon, 3 till 7. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
.740 on a Wednesday morning. It is Kayal and Company as we continue live. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Tony Bruno coming up at 8:25. What's on the cut sheet in just about 4 minutes time. Another great prize for our morning mystery movie clip. That is coming up at 9:20 this morning. Quickly before we get to the cut sheet, thought this was pretty interesting yesterday. You know, we've been talking a lot about, you know, things on the what?
I'm sorry.
What are the? Go ahead.
No.
No, that's a great. Go ahead.
Himmel on Twitter has a great tweet. Okay. He says, Nikki Haley, if you want everyone's name, you can run for public office. You can't run for public office under Nikki. That's not your real name.
Oh.
It is her real name. It is her real name. It's her actual middle name, and like my son David, who's Lawrence David Menti, we call him David.
Oh boy,
that's her actual middle name.
Yeah,
Nikki.
What is her first name again? I forget. It's oh geez, I should know this, but everybody just calls her Nikki. It's just so much easier. Yeah,
but a lot of people go by their middle name.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, she's like an American Indian or something, right?
Yeah, I think something.
No,
she's not.
Not indigenous.
Oh,
right.
This is because Columbus. So Columbus, unlike the Norwegians, you know, my people knew where they were. Columbus, when he came to this country, thought he was in India. That's why he called the people here, the indigenous people, Indians.
Right.
Because he thought he was in India.
Right. Well, Joe Biden thinks he's in India right now, but that's for a different reason. I thought this was pretty...
Nimrata.
Yeah, correct.
Nimrata.
Nikki. Nimirata. Nimrata.
Why don't you run as Nimrata Haley? Nimrata Nikki Haley. Honestly.
You don't think that'll go over too well, huh?
Well, obviously she did it for a reason, no?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of these people that, I mean, remember when DeSantis changed it from Ron DeSantis to DeSantis?
Yeah, but yes, it's the...
Her whole life, her family called her Nikki. Her whole life.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, just like my son.
My whole life, my parents call me Dip. You know what? That's not what I call myself.
Hey, Dipstick, take the trash out.
Dip as stalker.
I mean, to your point, Barack Obama was known by everybody since he was a kid as Barry, but he ran as Barack. It worked for him.
Wow. I did not know that.
Yeah.
He was known as Barry.
Everybody called him Barry.
I've got a friend named Barry.
So I think Barack worked for him. It was strong. If she went as Nimrata Haley,
it's a beautiful name.
It's a beautiful name. The problem I see with it
is that she's a tyrant.
No.
Oh, sorry.
The problem is, what is Nimrata? I can see somebody.
Well, you know who
I'm glad a bad nickname.
I'm glad you brought that up because that's exactly where I was going. You know, if he was at a debate, and she used that name, it's right in Trump's wheelhouse. Over there, we got South Carolina's Nimrod.
He should actually, to be honest with you,
we call her Nimrod.
He should just go with that.
Dude,
he should go with it. It would be genius.
Yeah, but then of course, because we know he can't, go after
Sloppy Chris Christie.
He has to call him sloppy. He can't call him a fat pig. He is not a fat pig. Don't say that. It's not nice to me. So if the media is going to destroy Trump for calling Christie a fat pig, could you imagine what they would do if he called Nikki Nimrod? Like they would
not do that.
I
That
know.
would be bad because that's a popular name in India, an important ally. It's a beautiful name. Just why would you even put? A lot of people listen to us. Will you just zip it? Zip it.
The media would kill Trump if he started calling him.
Come on, he should. That'd be hysterical.
I agree.
If he said Nimrata, and why don't you go with your real name? That's fine, but don't say.
All right,
I've
changed my mind.
Okay.
Trump needs to be at the December 6th debate.
Once they trim the fat and Christie is gone, no pun intended, and Vivek is gone, and we get down to the three, Trump, DeSantis, and Nikki. I mean, when Trump makes his first appearance, if he does, he's got to sit there and he's got to be in the middle, and then he's got to be like, it's nice to see we got DeSantis to the left and Nimrod to the right.
Oh, my God.
It would be epic.
It would be. Sloppy Chris Christie.
Yes.
DeSantis.
Yes.
And Nimrata.
And I need not Aaron Burnett. I need Caitlin Collins to moderate it so her head explodes on live television. That's what I need. That's my dream. All right, we'll save the RFK endorsements for a little bit later. It is 7:45 right on the dot. Let's get to what's on the cut sheet.
What?
I love this.
Speaking of Nimrod.
No.
Stop, your little girl.
Cut sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
That was one of Nick's twin daughters.
That's right. I can call them Nimrods because I created them.
Boys in the back, if you can mix.
That makes you the head Nimrod.
That's I am.
Boys in the back, if you
Nimrod
can
of my
mix
household.
Nick's daughter in with the music, that'd be great. Thanks.
Boys in the back.
They should get to that by Christmas. What's on the cut sheet on this Wednesdays? Brought to you by our good friends at Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have ample inventory of brand new and beautiful pre-owned Volvos. Enjoy the luxury experience you deserve. They always go the extra mile for their customers. Check them out over at 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Tell them you heard about them on 1210 WPHT. Give them some love, because we could not do what we do without our sponsors. Yesterday, everybody's like tweeting this and texting this, and like, you guys haven't talked about this yet. Like, we have a 4-hour show.
Yeah.
Can you just chill out? We have a lot of stuff to get to.
And I only get through 2/3 of what I plan anyway.
Exactly. I don't miss anything, by the way.
By 7 p.m., somebody will get to it.
Yes,
exactly.
Exactly.
We're live and local, 6 a.m. to 7 p.m.
All day. Okay. So everybody's talking about this smackdown by GOP Senator Mark Wayne Mullen and this labor this union boss Sean O'Brien. Apparently, Sean O'Brien and him have been going back and forth on Twitter, speaking of Twitter, and they've been sparring, and Sean O'Brien has kind of been trolling Mark Wayne Mullen, who is a senator from the great state of Oklahoma. Mm-hmm. And they decided to take their beef to the floor yesterday, and Mark Wayne Mullen called out the tweets of Mr. O'Brien. And fun and hilarity ensued after this. Cut one, guys, go.
Like he's self-made. Sir, I wish he was in the truck with me when I was building my plumbing company. Myself and my wife was running the office because I sure remember working pretty hard and long hours. Pretends like he's self-made. What a clown. Fraud. Always has been, always will be. Quit the tough guy act in these Senate hearings. You know where to find me. Any place, anytime, cowboy. Sir, this is a time, this is a place. If you want to run your mouth, we can be two consenting adults. We can finish it here.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it right now.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up.
Oh, hold on.
Big
Oh,
guy.
hold, stop it.
Is that your
All right.
solution?
Hold it. No, sit down. Sorry, Eric, Sit down.
Okay.
You know, you're a United States Senator. Sit
Active.
down.
Oh, okay.
Sit down, please.
All right.
Can I respond? Mr.
Hold
Chairman?
it. Hold it. If we can, no,
This is
I have
what
the
he
mic.
said.
I'm sorry.
This is
Hold
what
it.
he said.
You'll have your time.
Okay.
Tell
Can
him,
I
Bernie.
respond?
Oh, no, you can't. This is a hearing.
There we go.
Bernie Sanders as the official between an Oklahoma senator and the other individual. Hey, if you were watching on YouTube, he takes his ring off.
He
He's gonna
does.
take his watch off.
Yeah, he stands up. He's right, and he's in pretty good shape too.
Yes, he is.
He's ready to throw down.
Yes, great fodder for us. But again, another sideshow circus, another waste of tax dollars, another drama, political theater major. I mean, this is the type of stuff that my girl Marjorie Taylor Greene would probably be encouraging if this was the House session.
Well, she would have kicked some butt.
She'd be
with her CrossFit, tight little body.
That's correct.
Now, was this the one where he was claiming that Kevin McCarthy, elbowed him and caused kidney damage, or was that one?
There was like a physical altercation.
There was and Kevin McCarthy was like, "I never." Was that this one? Was that all part of this?
Yes.
I get all their
it is
stuff
connected.
confused.
But
Okay.
I can't imagine Kevin McCarthy, of all people, putting his hands on somebody.
No, supposedly he elbowed him.
Oh, well, okay.
Doesn't
seem like something McCarthy would do. He's kind of a little wimpy weasel.
Here's the thing with this. Look. First of all, when politics turns into professional wrestling, I love it.
Oh yeah,
because it's
course.
all guys. It's all a show. It's all a circus. It's all theater.
Yep, that's it.
You can't believe anything anybody says. That's why all politicians are crooked a-holes and don't deserve our attention. But if we're going to talk about it as entertainment, as it should be, this is fabulous.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad he called out because these union boss thugs, they that they've lived their whole lives like this guy. Hey, I'm a tough guy, you know what I mean, for Jersey. Hey, you know, like good. I'm glad this guy gave him a little taste of his own medicine.
Yeah.
This guy.
You know, of all the senators and all the congressmen and women, the ones that you never hear from, the ones you don't even recognize the name, the one that you can't put a face to or a soundbite to, and I know they're all crooked, but those are probably the ones that actually do the best job, right? Like the ones that go unnoticed. It's just the ones that you always hear and you always like. There's like two separate sets of politicians right now, I think, inside of the swamp, so to speak, in Washington. You've got the ones that are just nothing more than like media majors that can't they can't go a day without a tweet, a microphone, or a video camera. And then there's the other ones that are just kind of like, non-discreet, that they just like little quiet church mice. Like you never hear from them.
You know, I despise the UK and the British Parliament, but I do think we should take a page out of their book. Like, if you watch the way they debate, there's yelling, there's throwing things, there's fighting. All that's the way it should be. Let's do this, right? Let's pick up chairs. Let's have a cage match. No? Am I wrong?
I mean, from a talk show standpoint, I love it. From a, hey, what the hell have you actually done and gotten accomplished since you've taken back, the majority or the power of, for example, like the Republicans with the House? What have you done? But
here's my problem with this is that these union boss, and I'm not saying all of them. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not painting with a broad brush, but you think about these union bosses in New Jersey. They've done their entire career on intimidation tactics.
Of course.
Like, I'm glad that somebody gave it back to him.
Yeah. And Mark Wayne, whatever his
Mullen,
name is, Mullen from Oklahoma. That just sounds like an Oklahoma name.
It
by
does.
the way.
Mark Wayne Mullen.
Yeah. Sounds like somebody my sister would marry. Because she married a guy from Oklahoma.
That's not nice.
I was going to say. Well, she married somebody from Oklahoma.
She married a
just had a
Republican from
baby.
Oklahoma. Yes, she did. Mark. Yeah. Anytime you can throw in the three names, Mark Wayne Mullen.
It's usually a serial killer.
That's
do
true.
the middle names, right?
John Wayne Gacy.
John Wayne, yeah.
I like that 80-year-old Bernie Sanders is the moderator. Like, okay, sit down.
Right. Bernie's probably trying to figure out how he can cry poor, yet make $1 off that fight promoting it.
It's no surprise, by the way, that Bernie took the side of the union boss. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. He's very pro-union.
Oh, well put.
Mark Wayne Mullen explained himself on Sean Hannity's program last night. Cut 8 guys, go.
People tell me, I've had media come out to me and says, this isn't coming of a senator. I was like, listen, I'm a guy from Oklahoma first. In Oklahoma, you don't do this. Maybe you run your mouth in New Jersey. I don't know. I'm not from New Jersey, but this is some thug. That's a mob boss, and you're supposed to be intimidating because he's the boss of the Teamsters. And he's got away with this. He's got suspended by his own Teamsters before for intimidation. He's been in trouble multiple times.
Exactly.
He in 2022, he said he wanted to bring the mob mentality back to the Teamsters. Maybe that's true, but you still aren't going to run your mouth at me and expect me to just sit there. And you should have seen the fear of his eyes when I stood up, too. Now, I'm not joking. I'm not looking for a fight. I used to get paid to fight professionally.
Oh, here we go.
I'm not really looking for it, but I'm sure not going to sit back and let somebody do that and not call him out on it.
Okay, so now it makes sense because I'm looking at him. He's in pretty good shape. I guess he was some sort of, I don't know, it was a boxer or an MMA guy, and I'm sitting here looking at the picture of the team's the mobster guy, the union boss. He looks like a big powdered donut. So I'm going to take Senator from Oklahoma by TKO.
Look, I'm sure, like everything this guy said, I'm sure is 100% right. I'm sure he tried to do operate like the mob. Like, hey, it'd be a shame if something happened to this donut shop.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, give him a piece of his own medicine.
You know what we do from people from Oklahoma? We bury them in Texas.
No, by the way, nothing was going to happen, and both those guys know that. You know what I mean? Like, they were not going to allow any fighting happening on the Senate floor. They should.
Yeah.
But they did. Bernie Sanders was on CNN, Anderson Cooper last night as the old elder statesman in the room. He said it was pathetic what happened last night. Cut 9.
Well, it's pretty pathetic. I mean, we have a United States senator challenging a member of the panel who's the head of one of the larger unions in America, which has just negotiated a very good contract for their workers, Teamsters. I think, and the point that I try to make there is, this country, Anderson, faces so many crises. We have massive income and wealth inequality. We have a housing crisis. Our healthcare system is, almost collapsing. It's broken. It's dysfunctional. We pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. Climate change is threatening the entire existence of the planet. And this is what goes on in a Senate hearing. And that's why, the American people are getting sick and tired of what goes on here in Congress.
Well, I mean, first of all, if we're going to take what Mr. Wayne Mullen from Oklahoma said or how he was acting and compare that on the other side where Squad Dems put on a theatrical production every day, I still think Mr. Mullen, and I'm not trying to be a partisan hack here, I still think that was relatively mild and tame compared to what we've heard come out of some of the Squad Dems' mouths in the last 5.5, 6 weeks since October 7th. So, but I get it. Bernie's defending the side of the ledger that he's invested in. But
invested is
yeah, I got you. How about that combination though? Bernie Sanders and Anderson Cooper. That's must-watch television. Oof. Low energy meets even lower.
Yeah. A lot of white on that screen.
A lot of white, gray, and pasty.
Yesterday, President Joe Biden spoke. He was asked yesterday about his upcoming meeting, which is going to be held today with Xi Jinping, and what he plans to accomplish with that. This is cut 2, guys, go.
Sir, part of your meeting with Xi tomorrow, sir? And how would you define success with your meeting with President Xi?
Get back on a normal course of corresponding, being able to pick up the phone and talk to one another if there's a crisis, being able to make sure our military still have contact with one another. We can't take, as I told you, we're not trying to decouple from China.
Decouple.
What we're trying to do is change the relationship for the better.
Yep.
From my perspective, if in fact the Chinese people who are in trouble right now economically, if the average if the average citizen in China was able to have a decent paying job, that benefits them and it benefits all of us. But I'm not going to continue to sustain the support for positions where if we want to invest in China, we have to turn over all our trade secrets. Thank you.
I love how he's worried about the cost of home ownership in China. As in the United States of America, since 2020, the average cost of a home has gone up 46%. You know, you can't get the home that you dreamed of in America, but he's worried about China. This is going to be great. So we have already seen Gavin Newsom clean up the streets for Xi and then double down and admit, yeah, well, we did it because we have a guest coming. Yeah. You know, the neighbors are coming over. We got to clean up the living room, right? Yeah. And now we're going to have this guy kissing Xi's butt today. It'd be great.
The coupling reference, you know, that you were calling out, that
decoupling.
or decoupling, I should say. Decoupling. You know what it reminded me of?
My personal life?
Yeah, Nick, why don't we talk about yours?
I decoupled and then I'm recoupled.
And you recoupled.
Yes.
Well, remember, I guess you got the talking points from Gwyneth Paltrow, remember?
Yes, unconscious coupling.
Remember that with Chris Martin? And then her website is entitled Conscious Uncoupling.
Oh.
Or coupling, I guess, in your case.
Yeah.
Or recoupling.
That's correct.
You should get her on the show.
We should.
She's probably selling her vagina-scented candles again this holiday season as well. You know, great topics. Nick Kayal interviews Gwyneth on candles and coupling.
Firing right away. I love this.
I got to say this, and if you have kids in the car, close your ears. Dawn, I don't know if you saw it. You know, there's this podcast by this woman who used to live in Newtown, the Call Her Daddy podcast. You know what that is?
Yes.
Yeah. She had on, the host of that had on Gwyneth Paltrow, and she said that Ben Affleck was technically amazing in bed. Technically, meaning like he was a technician.
Wow.
Thought I was.
Well, now you know.
Just that.
He's a tactician. Fundamentally sound.
Now you know why J-Lo puts up with all that nonsense. I knew there was something going on there.
I mean, I look at him, and he doesn't really scream.
Yeah. Well.
Technically sound.
Technically sound. Huh? Just coming from Gwyneth Paltrow's
Yeah.
mouth, who also dated Brad Pitt. So
that's right.
She, you know, in that field, and she's calling out what's his name?
In that field,
Ben Affleck. I'm just saying.
Oh, I'm sure.
Maybe he's not as low energy as everybody thinks he is.
I'm sure. Well, he played Batman for a little bit. He's got some energy.
He's the worst. He's the worst.
He was the worst Batman.
Worst Batman, but apparently not the worst.
We get sidetracked. Yeah, apparently not the worst. Joe Biden was also asked about the hostages in Gaza right now, and he got very angry when a reporter shouted that question to him. He was leaving the podium. If you're watching right now on YouTube, he was leaving the podium. Somebody screamed that question to him, and he yells from, far away. Cut. 3 guys, go.
Can you address the hostages directly and give them a message of hope and resilience in these troubling times?
Yes, I can. I've been talking with the people involved every single day. I believe it's going to happen, but I don't want to get into detail.
Yeah, I'll figure it out. We've had conversations, and you're not privy to that. And don't ask me that as I'm walking.
Meaning that because of what they deem as war crimes that are going on. Right. How can you support, if you're a person of faith, how can you support what they're doing in Israel right now?
Oh, okay.
Cut 4, guys, go.
Something fascinating and bizarre in the fact that there are people who seem to be upset that there are rabbis and other people of faith out here asking for ceasefire.
Come on, start yelling.
And it's bizarre because you would assume that if you are a religious leader, if you are a faith leader, that your number one priority would be to look into your faith, into the teachings of your faith, and to say, I oppose violence.
It's very interesting, and I want to echo what Bill Maher said in the big take that I either played yesterday or on Monday. It's bizarre to me when Hamas attacks Israel, it's a war. When Israel fights back, it's a war crime. I love the difference in the way that these two are positioned. So you're telling me that when babies, children, elderly, and females and animals are all slaughtered, that's just war. That's not a war crime. and now we're going to play the faith card here. I mean, this is a war with all due respect.
By the way, as a lover of animals, I am so glad that every time you mention that, you also mention the animals.
Has to be mentioned.
Thank you.
I mean, I still have pictures of those dead animals.
I'm sure people are saying, oh, I get it. Like, life is life, and that's, but yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the animals. Yeah. Sorry.
Good. I just, for me, I don't understand anything that she just said there about the element of, I mean, we're talking about two groups of people that, let's call it what it is. I mean, they both hate each other, but the difference is Hamas and any of these radicalized Islamic extremists, whether it's Hamas, Hezbollah, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, the Taliban, any group that has ever had death and destruction on their hands and blood of Americans, like this is not apples to apples. This is not war to war. They want to eliminate an entire population.
Some really good YouTube comments that I'm going to read right now. Common Sense writes, what a waste of a president. He should be having daily reports about the hostages.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. Absolutely daily reports. And then he offers nothing. But I would say this. I don't know how long he was up there and what exactly he was asked and how many were screened in advance. Why was that question not presented to him while he was still at the podium? Why is this hey, oh, by the way, before you leave, Joe, I don't know, it seems like that's probably a very pertinent question that needs to be addressed early on.
No Lib says, if you're into faith, do you marry your brother? Bix writes, is she asking her imams that question? That's a very good question, right?
I was just really surprised and pleased that she didn't get over the top yelling. That was low energy, Ilhan.
Annoying MSNBC host Mike Barnacle said on Morning Joe yesterday, they were talking about Biden's age and his acuity. And he makes the claim that somebody 45 years of age could not do what Joe Biden does.
Oh, I saw this.
Cut 6, guys, go.
I'll tell you what I think. That very few of us and very few in the media really pay enough attention to the weight that this president carries each and every day. You mentioned most of it. Right now, he is carrying two twin towers of tyranny. One in Donald Trump here domestically, the other Bibi Netanyahu in Israel, who is perhaps the biggest obstacle to a two-state solution that exists today. So the president has that on his plate. He's got a meeting tomorrow with President Xi, Premier Xi in San Francisco. He's got that on his plate. But he has every hour of every day something that comes across his desk.
Oh, stop.
None of us can comprehend the weight of the presidency. Every hour of every day. And as he would tell you if he were here today, it's amazing how every country in the world looks to the United States for help, for solutions, for just almost anything you can think of. Every single day. But you read every newspaper in the country, about President Biden. Within the first two paragraphs, they'll point out he's in his 80s. No kidding. He knows how old he is. You couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. Someone 45 years of age couldn't do what he does every day, but he does it.
Is this guy serious? Are you kidding me? That might be the soundbite of the year. Holy hell. First of all, Joe Biden is not capable right now of teaching a class at Penn. He could not host a podcast. He could not host a 3 or 4 hour, or as Dawn does, a 6-hour radio show each day. At 81 years old, I don't know that Joe Biden is qualified and functionally equipped to do any job short of maybe being a Walmart greeter at this point. With all due respect to the Walmart greeters out there.
Yeah.
I don't know what job Joe could do. And to sit there and say a 45-year-old couldn't do what Joe does? I mean, I think Vivek Ramaswamy's 38. He could probably do what Joe does.
It's, first of all, how annoying is that show? It's just 7 people that sit there and just agree with each other and parrot everything. He says, yes, I agree. Yes, oh, yeah, 100%. Yes. Like, oh God, it's just nauseating. Like, get some differing opinions on there, please.
I agree.
Like, oh God, even if it's even if it doesn't suit your agenda, have some interesting TV and not just people who parrot everything that you believe. Secondly, like Mike Barnacle he's like a failed Boston newspaper columnist. Like what are his credentials for anything?
I have no idea, but a 45-year-old couldn't do what Joe Biden does. And there's not a moment of the day, an hour that goes by that something doesn't come across. Joe only works like noon to 4.
It's really sad. We all really do live in our own worlds where, like, in their reality, Joe Biden is this like spry guy who's skipping around and he's, you know what I mean? Like, it's just it's very bizarre to me that they can look at that and be like, a 45-year-old couldn't. I mean, just physically, a 45-year-old is going to run circles around Joe Biden.
Yeah. And then he sits there and says, yeah, you think Joe doesn't know he's 81? Actually, I don't know that. If you asked Joe, I don't know if he would be able to tell you his exact age. I think there'd be at least 7 seconds of dead air before he came up with a number.
I've been sitting on this since the weekend. Ted Cruz was on with Bill Maher on Friday. Speaking of, like, differing opinions, you know, Bill Maher really is the only show that has a bunch of differing opinions on.
And he has them not only on the HBO show, but the
on his
Club Random
podcast.
Pod, too.
Yep. Yeah, he just had Candace Owens on his podcast.
I know. I never thought I'd see that happen.
What I take issue with this a little bit is that Ted Cruz, you know, talks this big game. And then he gets on Bill Maher's show and he goes like, oh, we need more shows like you. And people live in these echo chambers and we need to get out and talk to one another. It's like, is that what you're saying to everybody else? Or are you just saying that because you're on Bill Maher's show?
That's true.
Cut 10, guys, go.
I'm not sure which one of us is more frightened at how often we're agreeing.
Well, we are agreeing on free speech.
Yeah, and
that did morph a lot toward the left. I mean, certainly the right does it too. But look, I get a lot of shit from people who say, oh, you're so Republican.
Whoa.
Just because I don't get on the crazy train with you.
Sorry about that.
I am, I don't bend the knee.
Well, and look, there's another thing, that you have a show where right and left talk to each other.
Yes.
I don't know of another show on television that does that.
No.
I mean, we live in these separate echo chambers. And it's a terrible thing. If you watch Rachel Maddow and Sean Hannity, you're in like parallel universes.
Right.
And it's not good for America that we don't have conversations with each other.
I agree with what he said, but it's just odd coming from him.
Yeah,
is it not, guys?
I don't know that he's the advocate for getting out of, but to your point, yes. I mean, we do live in these echo chambers, and I don't know, to his point, I'm trying to think of just widely, I don't want to say consumed, but just notable popular shows that when you hear the name of the show, you have a thought. I mean, The View is 5 people all of the same belief. Rachel Maddow show, I mean, obviously Sean Hannity. I mean, The Five, I mean, they at least have a Democrat on the stage, and not Harrison Ford. Harold Ford and Jessica Tarlov rotate as the Democrat. Both of them very moderate Democrats at best, I think, maybe slightly liberal. There's not a lot of shows where you do have complete opposites and if they do occur, there's arguing. There's talking over each other. What did we just hear between Vivek Ramaswamy and Chris Cuomo? I mean, they spent, 58 seconds just yelling over the top of each other? So he makes a good point, although I don't know that Ted Cruz is really the advocate for it.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean about this, is that, like, I 100% agree with everything he said there. But he's also not the best spokesperson for it because he doesn't practice it.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes, totally agree. Totally agree. But there, and as far as the actual clip there, content-wise, I mean, Bill Maher is very much on the right when it comes to free speech. It's interesting, too, with, as Bill Maher has had many, many guests that are obviously Republican or conservative, he gets crushed by the left. Like, they are saying that he is now essentially a closet conservative, which I don't really believe he is.
There's zero chance.
There's zero chance, but like people on the left that used to worship the guy think that he's changed.
Well, no, the people who've been following him.
I think the politics on the left has changed.
Yeah, people who've been following for years, like I have, know that he hasn't changed at all. Yeah. The only thing that's changed is that the party that he supports doesn't value free speech anymore.
Right.
And free speech was always his biggest thing.
Yeah.
going through a lot of stuff that I've been sitting on because we've just had so many cuts over the last couple of days. CNN went out to voters and talked to a 2020 Joe Biden voter, asking if they were happy with their vote for Joe Biden. What do you think their answer was?
No.
Cut 14, guys, go.
Are you happy with your vote for Joe Biden?
Well, I didn't see something like really change. And I didn't see changes. Right now, I work in 3 jobs because I have to pay more things. Like my house is more expensive.
Okay.
Yeah.
So are you going to vote for him again?
It's the same as we gave you yesterday, how the Bidens and the Democrats are losing black and Hispanic voters in Philadelphia. It was the Wall Street Journal article that we quoted, and I gave you that mom who is 46, has 3 kids at home, and her full-time job pays $12.50 an hour. So she has to do a delivery side job to make ends meet, and basically said that you can't afford to keep up, and it's a lot of it's on this administration and their failures to come through.
Democratic Representative Sheila Jackson Lee was on with the Reverend Al Sharpton over the weekend. She's running for the mayor of Houston, Texas. She says she has a great relationship with these 2 generations. Cut 13, guys, go.
We want to create an entertainment complex for film, for music, for theater, for the performing and visual arts. And when I say that in front of our Gen Z and millennials, they're ready to stay, and they're ready to help me build this city.
Gen Z and what?
Gen Z, yeah, I was going to...
Millennials?
I don't even know what she was saying.
For the performing and visual arts. And when I say that in front of our Gen Z and millennials,
they're
ready. We want to create an entertainment complex. Gen Z and
millennials. I'd like a dozen millennials. Can I get those delivered by Friday? A dozen millennials.
So Gen Z millenniums.
So she's running her So the point is she's creating an entertainment complex in the city of Houston as she runs for mayor.
I think she's talking about. I think she's talking about Texas, the city of Houston.
Okay. And by the way, I think and I technically qualify as a millennial, even though I
hideous generation you are.
I identify as a Gen Xer personally.
Well, it doesn't matter what it doesn't matter what you identify as.
Guys can identify as girls, and cats can identify as pigs. Why can't I identify as a Gen Xer? Because I missed the cutoff by 2 years. I don't understand. There is, I think, a major gap. Dorenzo is technically a millennial still, but Valdez was a Gen Zer. The difference between Gen Z and millennial, I think, is much wider than the difference between millennial and Gen Xer.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
All right, finally, guys, this morning I wanted to play this. You talked a lot about this in your big take, but we didn't play this audio. The Washington, D.C. Council is considering doing away with the exam requirement for certain types of social workers over concerns of racial bias. Citing a need to fill social worker positions in D.C., a bill from Councilman Robert White would eliminate the exam for entry and master-level licensure applicants whose work must still be supervised. The move comes as the nation grapples with a shortage of social workers, but also as scores of social workers decry licensure exams for which data shows people of color fail at higher rates than white counterparts.
Okay.
So this is from the NBC4 report. They want to basically, it seems to me like they're dumbing down these jobs or these tests to get into these jobs to fill diversity quotas.
That's correct.
Am I okay?
Yes, let's lower the quality of the people we put in the work field so that everybody's feelings are okay.
This is cut 16, guys. Go.
Was one of the toughest things I've ever done.
She passed, but the I-Team found there's growing concern that too few people who look like her are passing too.
What the exam is doing is de-diversifying the profession.
Catholic University professor Michael Massey says for years he's seen too many students of color succeed in class but fail the multiple choice licensure exam, which he says fails to capture cultural nuances.
And so we have great social workers of color who came to social work schools to serve their communities, and they're not being allowed to do it despite rigorous preparation at school.
Massey's among those who have pushed the Association of Social Work Boards, which for decades has administered the exam, to release pass rate data, and the results were stark. Between 2018 and 2021, 76% of white test takers passed the bachelor's level exam the first time, but only 60% of Asian test takers did, followed by 53% of Hispanic applicants, and only 33% of black test takers passed that first time.
It's easy to say, like, you could possibly blame the test takers, but I think accountability has to be taken of how the exam is structured.
Now Councilman Robert White is behind a bill that would eliminate the exam for entry and master's level licensure applicants.
Yeah, let's just get rid of every standard. You don't need to have a degree to teach kids. Yeah, let's get rid of all the physical fitness requirements to be in the military or to be a police officer. Let's just get rid of everything so that we can fill up the quota sheet and we can have every single identity under the sun represented. Let me ask you this. If you were on your deathbed in the emergency room, would you give a rip about who the surgeon was as far as what they look like or what their identity is or anything like that? Or would you rather just have the absolute best medical professional there to save your life? I would take the I would take the most qualified person. So I don't understand. Okay, so your data says that white people are passing at this rate, Asians are passing at this rate, Hispanic or African Americans are passing at a lower rate. Well, I don't know what that has to do with anything, really, because in that clip, they said, well, they were all good students, but they did not do well on the actual, so to speak, standardized test. This is what I mentioned in the big take. Like, I was an A-B student in high school and college. I was like in the bottom 10% of every standardized test. My brain just shuts off with those standardized tests. And you know what? When I didn't get into law school at 22 and LaSalle, Drexel, Widener, Villanova, and Penn State Fairleigh Dickinson rejected me, did I cry victim? No.
What's scary about this is that, the social worker is one thing, but this is being practiced everywhere.
I know.
Surgeons, like everything.
The military.
Everything. They're lowering requirements so they can fill quotas.
Right.
I don't care what color, race, ethnicity, gender, what anybody is. I just want the most qualified person to do the job, no matter what that job is.
Could you imagine if the Philadelphia Eagles came out today and they said, you know what, moving forward, we are no longer going to draft or sign the best free agents in football, but we are going to try to get people of every nationality and sexual orientation that has a dream of playing football on our team? We wouldn't win a game.
My question is that how can they claim, how is the test racially insensitive?
They're claiming it's inherently racist, is what they're claiming. I have no idea why a certain group does worse on a standardized test than another group, but the solution is not lowering the standard of passing or lowering what it takes to admit or completely abolishing it and just accepting everybody. Then you're going to send out highly untrained, unqualified, poor people as far as the accomplishments and the merits to their job that they own and have. And you're going to send them to a situation where there's a domestic disturbance.
Yes.
Or a child's being sexually abused. Like, my wife was a social worker for 15 years, and she was really good at it. And I've seen some, like, ridiculous stuff. And to her credit, she would never bring it home. At 5 o'clock when she came home, you would think she was, like, working at a bank all day. Like, you have to be a certain type of individual to kind of compartmentalize what you see. And they want to lower all that now? Get out of here.
I mean, you can make the argument that maybe these tests for everybody don't really do.
I mean, if it's an antiquated concept, like just last week, just to show that I'm not being hypocritical, we gave this story. I think it was on Friday, right before Dawn came on at 10 o'clock when I signed off. That the Pennsylvania State Police, I think they're eliminating the college credit requirement to apply, and they're up like 259% in statewide applications. Okay, if we come to the conclusion that the old way of doing it is antiquated and doesn't work, then that's fine. But we're not just going to start waiving these tests because certain people are failing.
Yep.
But you can waive it right now. You can waive all the tests. Public schools, private schools, you as the parent have the right to say, I don't want my kids to spend a week taking this test. Even in the private schools, there were families when my boys were in grade school and even now in high school where the parents would say, yeah, we're going to Disney World.
Mm-hmm.
We're not, they're taking a test for a week for what?
Right.
And some people just don't want to deal with it for multiple reasons.
Yeah, I
don't see the value in it.
Yeah, I would say that to be a social worker, Nick, to your point, I would love to see them in the field rather than how well they take a test.
That's correct.
You know what I mean? So yeah, if the tests are kind of worthless, then fine, let's do away with the test for everybody.
Yeah.
But because life experience or job experience is, in my opinion, is way more important than for a social worker job. Now, to be a doctor or a surgeon or something like that, yeah, I want the most qualified person doing open heart surgery on me or whatever it is. I don't want any DEI hire. I don't want any person that fits some quota I want the best person, whatever their gender, ethnicity is in that job working on me. So for that, I do think it should be a little more strict, but for like a job like this, just get somebody who goes out in the field and can deal with domestic situations and awful situations that they see, like your wife has done.
Yeah, meritocracy is ultimately the way to go. You give the jobs to the most deserving, best qualified individuals, and then you never have to be held accountable. Like, look, this was clearly the best option. We had 10 applicants, and the best applicant was somebody that was non-binary with purple hair and a nose ring. That was the best one. We chose him.
Great.
So let's get to work.
But I'm guessing it probably wasn't.
They're great at TikTok, though. All right, 855-839-1210, the phone number. We will come back, and we're going to get to Bruno or Dawn's Big Three
We're going to get to Bruno.
All right, Bruno's in the bullpen. He's coming up to the on-deck circle. He's been warming up since about 5:45 this morning. Hopefully he didn't throw out his arm. And Tony Bruno joins us for his weekly appearance live from the great state of Florida. When we come back, Wednesday, Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
The future of joint pain relief is right here in the Philadelphia region. QC Kinetics, advanced regenerative medicine. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. If you've been told that more steroids or surgery are your only options, not so fast. Get a second opinion. Learn more about how you can harness your body's own healing agents to attack that joint pain. QC Kinetics does not mask the pain. These treatments go to the very core of the problem, using concentrated healing properties placed directly into your joint, which repairs and restores that damaged tissue. Imagine living life, especially this fall, with no more pain in your knees, your aching shoulder, your back, your hips. No drugs, no surgery, no downtime. Just call the local medical professionals, get a free consultation. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. 215-999-3000. Just call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Question for you. How many healthcare providers do you know who schedule downtime in their offices for team training? Not many. But my good friend, dentist and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz does that because he wants to ensure that he and his staff are well-versed in all the latest technology, so when he invests in new state-of-the-art equipment for his patients, he can rest assured that he and his staff can maximize the performance of the new technology. One of their latest investments is the Trios 5 scanner. Talk about amazing. The Trios 5 has an incredible design which reduces the potential for patients gagging or experiencing discomfort during the impression-taking process. Plus, the process is much faster, which saves Dr. Bentz and his patients precious time. The scans are done, the plan is made, and the on-site lab gets to work. Dr. Bentz and his staff are a well-oiled machine when it comes to your comprehensive dental care. They're always working to make that experience as comfortable and as seamless as it can be. Visit them at BentzDentalGroup.com.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra in a salute to Philly sports fans at Westchester University, January 26th and 27th, in the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey on February 25th.
I love the orchestra.
Can't wait to hear the band. The city's on fire right now.
It was fantastic.
The Birds?
Keep this party rolling, baby.
Awesome. This is funny. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University and the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com!
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I can't wait for next spring. Southern Italy. I hope you join me as we discover the sights in southern Italy with my friends from Conservative Tours. I'm talking the Amalfi Coast, Positano, Sorrento, and yes, the Isle of Capri. Some of the most beautiful sights in the world. The Abbey of Monte Cassino, Pompeii, of course, the ancient sites in Rome. We'll have plenty of time to see it all while enjoying a gastronomical event for 12 lovely days of touring. Olive oil production, a mozzarella farm, and the wineries. Can't wait for this. Can't wait for those tasting sessions. Yeah, the group dining events Conservative Tours is known for. Actually, they're famous for this. I mean, legendary. Just ask Dom Giordano and his wife, Ro. 5267. 5267 includes your nonstop airfare while supplies last. You can go to conservativetours.com, scroll down, you'll see my picture, the full itinerary there, and you'll see the toll-free numbers listed there as well. You can call or you can just sign up on conservativetours.com. But if you have any questions especially, just call them, 888-733-9494. And you know what, I can't wait for this because a lot of times, you might think of those touristy spots. We're not doing anything like that. We're going to go to some of the most charming villages, unparalleled cuisine in places where Italians, the locals, take vacations. And what does that tell you? I mean, so for example, Italy's best kept secret, or one of them, Puglia. Yeah, Puglia, beautiful place, picturesque, unspoiled, authentically Italian. Come on, I really hope you join me. This is selling out soon. Conservativetours.com. Southern Italy next spring. Conservativetours.com. Tell Dawn say.
Calling on Percy to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
Oh yeah, it's 8:30, baby. Wednesday morning. You know what that means. We ship it on down to the great state of Florida. The man, the myth, the legend, Philadelphia's own, the great Tony Bruno for his weekly appearance here on Kayal and Company. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Good morning, everybody. And thank you for joining me today as I read from my prepared statement. By the way, you guys were all over Joe Biden for all the different things. The biggest outrage yesterday, bringing it back to the Eagles and Philadelphia sports, is Joe Biden when he was welcoming the Las Vegas Golden Knights. And Mike Barnacle was right. In fact, Mike's so right, I scraped him off the bottom of my boat because my boat's been sitting in the water and the barnacles collect there. The barnacles on my boat have more credibility than Mike Barnacle, as you pointed out earlier, another failed Boston Globe hack, now just hanging out on morning television with the rest of the hacks. But anyway, Joe Biden, when he was talking to the I don't know if you have the clip. Did you guys? How did you miss this?
Yeah, we played it yesterday, where he talks about the Knights and the Eagles and his wife's
he
a
says,
Philly girl.
he said, hey, hi, congratulations, but I got to tell you, no joke. You guys better not take the Philadelphia Eagles out there to Las Vegas. Joe not realizing that the Raiders have been in Las Vegas for a couple of years now, and the Super Bowl will be played in Las Vegas.
That is correct.
I did not even hear that.
Yeah, unless Joe thinks that somehow Las Vegas can hold two NFL teams like Los Angeles, which is a
Well,
joke.
they could, but Joe didn't even realize that they already have a team in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
He was worried about Dr. Jill losing the Eagles.
That's correct.
I mean, what is this? Back in the day when the Eagles were supposedly going to move, remember when Jeffrey Lurie was going to move the team to L.A. because they didn't have a franchise and they were trying to get one, and they were going to build the stadium? You know, so all these team owners use people, but Jeffrey Lurie's owned the Eagles for 25 years. I'm old enough to remember when Leonard Tost owned the team and he was losing all his money in Las Vegas because they were liquoring him up.
That's
and then
good.
He sued the casinos because they said they kept plying him with alcohol, therefore he lost all his money. I've tried to use that excuse before in Atlantic City, but it didn't work for me.
And Tony, as we know, as Joe has told us many times,
My wife's a Philly girl.
Jill's a Philly girl.
Absolutely. Speaking of Philly girls, it's not my style to criticize, as you know. I'm just a man who makes observations.
Right.
But I got to rip Pink. Isn't Pink from Berks County?
I think she's Bucks.
No.
Bucks or Berks?
Taylor Swift is Berks.
Yes,
I think
you are.
Pink is Bucks.
Nick is correct. Her.
Have you seen Pink lately? Pink looks like, she looks like she's wearing a medium jumpsuit now. I mean, she's a middle-aged chick, right? She's, 45? And again, nothing wrong with 45-year-old women. I think that's prime age, especially for divorcees who are out, mingling, looking single and ready to mingle.
Well,
I learned that.
Yeah,
I learned that from personal experience in L.A. That was
Don Lemon has confirmed that Pink is still in her prime.
Yeah.
But now Pink's on this campaign, and she's getting wrecked on Twitter, X, because she's now on this campaign. She's coming to Florida to do her tours.
Yeah.
And one of her big campaigns is, I'm going to go and hand out all these banned books in the state of Florida at my concerts to show the world how nasty Florida is as I come to Florida and take money from fans who are going to come out to see me in a jumpsuit that's 2 sizes too small. I guess men wearing mediums is okay for women, but I don't know if you've seen Pink lately, with all due respect. How about getting a couple exercises? Wear something a little more loose, Pete.
Well, if
not
Pink,
my style.
Yeah.
And then she gets community noted, right? So all these people, the community notes, you know how that works on that,
Love
right?
the notes, yes.
If you say something wrong or inaccurate,
Fact
you
check.
get wrecked.
Yep.
She's been wrecked multiple times, yet continues. And the station down here, WFLA-TV, and the Florida Democrats are doubling down on Pink's. And you see the list of the banned books that she's proposed. The books are not banned, by the way. It's a lie. The books that she's, and To Kill a Mockingbird.
Yep.
Those books aren't banned. So she's another clueless celebrity trying to, and I don't understand it because I don't care what she does. But the point is, if you're out there and you're trashing fans who don't agree with you, well, I guess she still has her little, it's like the Springsteen fans and these people. They have their little cabals of people who go see them all the time.
Yep.
But Pink's embarrassing herself, embarrassing Bucks, Delco, Berks, and every other county in Pennsylvania, but no more than Kendra Brooks. A week after the election, remember? She got in. You see what her first mission is?
No, what's that?
It is now about reparations.
Oh,
after
boy.
the election,
Here we go.
her first mission is, we got to get reparations in the city.
That's right.
So there you have it.
Because as Meatball would say,
everybody must eat.
Everybody must eat.
Everybody.
I didn't know that Pink was so super political publicly. If she wants to run for office, she'd be a lock in Bucks County. She could run for school board on the school district seat, and she'd win in a heartbeat.
No, she's just doing her, I'm a liberal, so I got to be pro-Joe Biden, and I don't care who she votes. I'm just like Dana White. You played the clip.
Yep.
I got to play the clip without editing one single word out of it. That's the best thing about doing my show. I don't have no FCCs coming after me.
Yeah.
So I played the full, and by the way, that it was like a 2-minute clip of him with the guy, what was his name, Vaughn?
Yeah, not Von Miller.
Theo Vaughn. No, his
Theo
last
Vaughn.
name. Theo Vaughn, who was a comedian and was on Real World and all those other shows. Very successful podcast. So they were talking about it. You played the clip.
Yeah, let's play it back for those that missed it, and then
you only have 3 words. You can only play 3 words of this conversation.
Well, I'm pretty sure we censored this up nice and tight.
You want to play the shorter version one, right?
We'll play the shorter. This is where Dana White was basically told by a sponsor of the UFC, "You cannot be a Trump supporter." Take a listen to this.
Me too. This happened to me. I posted a video for Trump, right, on my personal social media. And one of our big sponsors called and said, take that down. You know what I said? Go yourself.
Yeah. Yourself.
You vote for whoever you want to vote for, and I'll vote for whoever I want to vote for. That's how this works. I don't even care who you're voting for. It's none of my business. You. Yeah. Don't ever call me and tell me who to vote for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of people feel in fear these days, A lot of people feel in fear that if they don't vote for certain people, they're going to lose their jobs. Yeah. I mean, it's Hollywood, for example.
Think about how crazy that is.
It sounds insane. It sounds just like...
Well, it'll keep happening unless more people stand up for themselves and give them the you response.
Exactly right.
Your thoughts, Tony Bruno. Has any sponsors called the Tony Bruno Sports Network?
I've known Dana White since 2000 when I first met him out in L.A. when I was doing the Best Damn Sports Show.
Yeah.
And we were the first show on Fox Sports Net to put UFC on the map publicly. I mean, there were a lot of fans, but it wasn't the monster sport.
Yeah.
So Dana White and all the UFC originals would come on the show, and I got to know him, and I've got to be with him in Las Vegas at different MMA events. And then, of course, when he goes to Madison Square Garden last Saturday night with Trump and all these other people, and then you saw people are down on the comedian, what's his name, the bald guy now who's got a black wife.
Oh, Bill Burr.
Bill Burr. She flips the bird to Trump. I don't care if these people vote for, and that's the bottom line is, don't tell me who to vote for. You vote for who you want. I don't represent any political party. I don't get paid to go online and pimp Trump or DeSantis. Listen, I love Ron DeSantis. He's my governor. I just think he's running at the wrong time. But if he's the candidate, I'm going to vote for Ron DeSantis. I'm not voting for – and I said on this show, I hope you saved the tape, guys, last week when I said what was going to happen. I said that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were going to go out to San Francisco, and I don't know if you saw the videos. You know they swept up the streets.
That's right.
They cleaned the streets up because that's what you do when you have company. But did you see what happened after Joe Biden arrived yesterday? They went to a private donor's home for a fundraiser.
Oh.
The first order of business is to get the limos, take them to some rich liberal Democrat, the people that they hate, the billionaire class, but they go right into their homes and take their money and have $15 million a plate dinners.
Mm-hmm.
And so what happens? And then they're going to meet with Xi today. And so this is the meeting where they're going to talk, and that this is the meeting where they plan the passing of the baton from Joe Biden to Gavin Newsom.
Wow. You're on record saying this. I like this.
Absolutely. I told you this was going to happen.
Okay.
This is because, he's been running for president. Gavin Newsom's running for president. Meanwhile, I-10 is burning down. The interstates are burning. He's in China. He's in Israel.
Mm-hmm.
And then right now, the latest poll in California shows half the state hates Gavin Newsom. But yeah, let's do it. Let's do what he's doing to Canada. If you want to vote for Gavin Newsom, if you like hair gel dudes, you like guys, you love American Psycho, and you remember a lot of the scenes in American Psycho.
We just played that clip the other day.
Yeah, it was a movie
I've been
clip.
doing the American Psycho thing on Gavin Newsom for years.
That's such a great.
He is the original. The scene where where he's like looking into the mirror.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many of those things. He is the original American Psycho dude.
Yes,
right
he
there.
is.
Amazing.
That's a good call by you. So you're on record. You think that this is all a bunch of hanky-panky and they're going to hand off the baton, so to speak. I'm curious to get your perspective because Sunday night, late in the night hours, Tim Scott tapped out and said, I'm done.
Yeah.
So now we've got DeSantis, Haley, Ramaswamy, and Christie. In your opinion, who's the next one to drop out and then leave us with three people trying to battle Trump?
Well, there's no more debates, right? I mean, they should just you saw it. NBC, the only actual over-the-air broadcast network that had a debate, had the lowest ratings.
Yeah.
So let's be honest. They all know. That's why they want to stop Trump with these stupid trials in New York about what he's estimating his worth. I mean, that kind of nonsense. So listen, if you hate Trump, hate Trump. But if you don't see what's happening, and now they're going crazy, oh, my God, Trump says when he gets in, he's going to investigate all the people who have been coming after him. What have they been doing to him since the day he came down the escalator?
Yep.
So it's hypocrisy. Listen, I believe in equal treatment for all. But if you think that this whole effort to try to stop Trump from running again, and by the way, you're seeing each state, Michigan, the course rule there, they can't take him off the ballot. So they're trying to get Trump off the ballot because they know he's going to be the nominee. And they're going to try to get him into jail. And if they succeed, fine. I just don't think there's any way that they're going to be able to put this guy in jail, especially with this stupid trial in New York where they're bringing his family. Joe Biden is making sure his son doesn't testify, and he's got federal gun charges and tax evasion charges. He's not allowed to go into court till they subpoena him. You will never see Hunter Biden go into a courtroom or have artists there, having him and the rest of the Biden family called to testify against all these allegations. Remember, these are allegations. Trump saying what his property's worth is an allegation. But you got that attorney general who's sitting in a courtroom every day reading off a prepared statement because her whole mission was to get Trump. And if anybody doesn't realize, look at the tapes. So if you want to get Trump, go get him. If you don't want to vote for him, don't. I'm just like, but I don't have FU money like Dana White.
Exactly. None of us do.
I don't. I'm trying to build a network here, and I'm decoupling from all this stuff right now.
Listen to this.
I'm going to go Mark Wayne Mullen on anybody who comes at me from now on. I want to get up And then I'm going to have Bernie Sanders, that little guy. Knock it off. No, I can't do a good Bernie Sanders. I think
it's hard
Dick
to
does
do.
a good Bernie Sanders. Don't you do a good Bernie
No,
Sanders?
Zioli does.
Yeah.
Zioli
Zioli's
has
got it nailed.
megaphone Bernie. Yeah.
And then Bernie Sanders, a guy who's got 3 homes because he keeps getting bought out whenever he tries to run for president, and they throw him a bunch of money and he goes buys another mansion up there. He's got like 3 mansions. And he just bails. He puts himself in there, and the people who call people of my age groomers and boomers, not groomers. I'm not a groomer, although I do take care of my own. I do my own manscaping, and I do shave my own head.
Nice.
So I'm sort of
Look at that.
I'm sort of a groomer when you look at it from that perspective. But all the boomers, okay, boomer. Bernie Sanders is ancient, right? Yep. Who else is Biden's agent? Trump's these guys are all old. So don't call me a boomer and then say Howard Stern is cool when he's the same age as I am. The Rolling Stones are older.
And I love
Yeah, you are woke. Thank you, Howard. Howard's a wimp. He went from, rage against the machine to rage for the machine. And if you like that and you want to pay for his show, go right ahead. That's what's great about America.
Yes,
you don't have to listen to things you don't like. You don't have to vote for people you don't like, but to me, that's going to be my slogan. I'm going to use hey, if you don't like what I do, first of all, you don't have to listen to my new show at the Tony Bruno Sports Network and download the free app and listen to the show.
And what time's that come on? What time's that show?
3 to 6 every afternoon. I know I'm not competing against Rich Zioli or any of the other afternoon shows. So I'm an internet-only show.
Right.
But I'm trying to build the business here. And if there's any investors out there, instead of throwing your money at politicians and wasting it on the Tim Scotts and the Nikki Haleys, and especially on, what's his face in New Jersey?
Chris
the governor,
Christie.
the Cowboy fan. Chris Christie will be back at the Cowboy games. How soon before he's back in Jerry's box once he realizes that nobody wants him? No Republicans, no Democrats, nobody wants Chris Christie. And I agree. That nobody's going to. I mean, why even bother wasting your money and sending money to any politician at this point? It's a joke. It's a joke, and I don't get people doing it. I never even send the $3 on my income tax to help the presidential fund. Where the hell is that going? You ever see that on the income tax? Would you like to donate to the presidential? No. You're taking my taxes. Why do I have to donate to? And where's that money going to? Where does that $3 on the income tax that you have an option to donate to go? That's what I want to know. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you. Tony Bruno, fired up on this Wednesday
know what I'm saying?
morning.
Woo!
Good God.
And by the way,
that guy.
another thing.
Uh-oh.
And I want to thank the former Philadelphia DA, Seth Williams, who did his time in jail.
Yeah.
He's out doing good stuff. He's
Yes.
a law and order guy. Seth is great. He even sent me a DM last night ripping the floor that they're using for this stupid NBA in-tournament thing. You see that happen?
The red floor, yes. It was awful.
Oh, man, it is horrific.
Awful.
It is absolutely horrific, and it's embarrassing. And then the Sixers lose to the Indiana Pacers last night.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons why they lost is because Kelly Oubre, who's still not playing with the team because he got hit by some moron. Did they ever catch the guy with the car that hit him?
Not yet.
Nope.
How in Center City, where the mayor now has cameras on every SEPTA bus to
true.
make sure that if you're illegally parked, they're going to get your number and come after you. But a guy who runs over a 76er player who they just picked up and is playing great for him, he gets hit by a car. They know the color of it, but they can't find the car that hit Kelly Oubre of the 76ers in Center City on Spruce Street, where he lives in that neighborhood, and he gets hit by a car trying to cross the street.
Well,
Meanwhile, we got politicians. Oh, we got to get more bike lanes. We got to protect the bike lane people when cars are going through Hick Street in South Philly off of Spruce and running down important players who are bringing sports championships to our city. Is there any politician doing anything good for the city of Philadelphia or San Francisco or any other major city? No. The politicians are the ones ruining these cities. In Philadelphia, at least we have athletes who are out there representing us as fans. Those are the things we can look up to. The Eagles, the Phillies, the Flyers playing better. The Sixers are back on track. That's what people care about. They don't want to be bothered with all of these corrupt politicians trying to steal your money and then proposing things that aim to screw you over in the end. And you keep voting the same way as they continue to screw you.
Tony,
go ahead.
I think
if you like getting screwed, go right ahead.
I think the same people investigating the Kelly Oubre hit and run are the same people that couldn't find whose Coke it was in the cubby at the White House on July 2nd.
Exactly. And whose Coke was it?
I have
It
no
doesn't
idea.
matter right now. It doesn't matter. That's the problem. Nobody cares. By the way,
yeah,
I got breaking news. I have accepted my qualifying offer from my own network. So I will remain with the Tony Bruno Sportsnet. You see, yesterday was the day all the players like Aaron Nola and all these free agents had to decide whether they would accept the qualifying offer. Not one of these guys. Why would they accept the qualifying offer when they can get gazillions of dollars elsewhere? And that's what's going to happen with baseball. But the Miss Universe pageant, this is the breaking news that's coming up. I'm looking into the future and giving you what's going to happen. There was a threat that the Miss Universe pageant was not going to take place this Saturday night in El Salvador, because it was bought by a transgender activist. Remember when Trump had the Miss Universe pageant? And everybody was going crazy. Oh, Trump got the Miss Universe pageant. He's gawking at these beautiful women. Yeah, that's what they do in these pageants. They gawk at beautiful women. So anyway, a transgender activist bought the Miss Universe pageant, and he declared bankruptcy yesterday.
Oh, no.
But he still contends that the Miss Universe pageant will take place this Saturday night in El Salvador, and there will be at least 2 trans dudes identifying as women who will compete.
Are you going to be a judge?
Miss Portugal, who is a flight attendant, aptly named Marina Machete.
Marina Machete.
That sounds like a real chick name, doesn't it? Marina Machete. Isn't she on the main stage at Club Risque down
Sounds
there
pretty
in South
exotic,
Philly?
Tone, I got to tell you.
Marina Machete and Miss Netherlands. The Netherlands, again, I don't care if you want to be trans, but it's the Miss Universe pageant, okay?
Right.
It's not the, if you want a trans pageant, do trans pageants.
Yeah.
Yep.
I agree
Have
with
a
you.
trans pageant and get all the beautiful trans women out there.
Yeah.
And by the way.
And you know one of them is going to win, by the way.
Of course.
Right? I mean, It,
what was it?
I know, is it rigged? Is it a rigged election? Do they have mail-in votes from Georgia and Mississippi?
We
and
must
Alabama?
stop the steal, Tony. Stop the steal. This is outrageous. Speaking of stealing, I got to get your thoughts on this. This was the big story coming out of the weekend. We actually talked about this for about 10 minutes on Monday because obviously we carry the games here. You talk about stealing. James Franklin and what he is doing at Penn State. I know you're not Mr. College Football. You don't love college football as much as I do, but even you were all over that on Saturday.
I was active. I'm active on Saturdays now because we're we get down to the nitty gritty, as they said on Nacho Libre. One of the great movies. Speaking of wrestling, remember Nacho Libre?
Sure.
Stretchy pants.
It sucks to be me right now.
That was Jack Black, right?
Love Jack Black.
Jack Black.
Yep.
Nacho Libre.
Yep.
It sucks to be Penn State right now. And then you had James Franklin after putting an offense on the field that couldn't beat Council Rock High School. He's out there, couldn't beat a high school team right now. And I think Clay Travis just offered Penn State a chance to play a high school team and see if they can beat him for $1 million. James Franklin, after an embarrassing performance against Michigan, who didn't even throw the football one time in the second half, he's now getting everybody jacked up for the Rutgers game. Hey, we got a big game against Rutgers this weekend. Isn't that who Penn State's playing now?
Yes.
They're the 3-touchdown favorite.
They're playing Rutgers, and he's trying to go online and get the Penn State faithful all jacked up for this game. Seriously, right now? Which bowl game will Penn State be in, Nick? You're a big bowl watcher on those meaningless college football week bowl games during the Christmas week, when the only people watching are the degenerate gamblers who bet on this stuff.
I don't know. Not that
there's anything wrong with that.
What are you going to do? Spend time with your in-laws? And, of course, you're going to watch these games in bed. I'm going to say let's go with the Duke's Mayo Bowl, Tony.
The Duke's Mayonnaise Bowl. I agree. Duke's Mayonnaise is one of the most underrated products out there.
Yeah.
And by the way, nobody should watch Penn State on TV. They should all listen to it here on 1210 WPHT.
Exactly.
It's way better. Thank you.
And it sounds much. Is Bill Zimfer still doing the games?
I'm not sure.
Oh my God! Wow, I don't think so. I don't know.
Not sure.
Bill Zimfer used to be the morning news anchor at 1210 when I was working there, and he's been doing Penn State games forever.
Wow. I think it's Steve Jones is the guy.
Steve Jones? No,
Yeah,
but Bill Zimfer was the guy for many years.
I should know this since it's on my station.
That's when Penn State was good. You know, back in the day,
when they
could beat. Actually, Penn State's like the Miami Dolphins of college football.
Yep.
Anytime they play a good team, they can't beat them. It's unfortunate, you know?
Our crack staff in the back has put up a poll question on YouTube right now. Who is more incompetent? Who is more incompetent, James Franklin or Joe Biden?
I'd say push right now.
Oh, that's a push.
toss-up.
I'm going to put right now. Joe Biden is leading at 81%. Joe Franklin at 19%.
I was going to throw in a third option. We could put Ronna McDaniel in there as well.
Okay. Nobody even knows who she is.
Exactly. Tony
Except
Bruno.
her makeup artist and her Botox doctor who gives her the injections every 15 minutes.
You're damn right. Let me wrap it up with this. I want to play you this clip. We've talked about Megan Rapinoe before in the past, U.S. women's national team. So apparently this past Saturday, and I wouldn't know because I don't watch women's soccer, it was her final competition, and I guess 6 minutes in, she basically pulled an Aaron Rodgers. She tore her Achilles, and then she decides to bring up Aaron Rodgers and also say there's no God. So let's take a listen to this. I want to get your thoughts and reaction to this, Bruno.
This is a long one, although I'm going to get the Aaron Rodgers treatment, whatever that is. So I'm going to be calling him or whoever did his surgery because we need to speed this up. But yeah, I thought about it a little bit. I mean, I'm not a religious person or anything. And if there was a God, like, this is proof that there isn't. This is up. So yeah, it's just because like 6 minutes in, eat my Achilles. I mean, what the
There you go, Tony. Noted woke atheist Megan Rapinoe confirming there is no God because she tore her Achilles. Your thoughts?
As the great Harry Mays once said when trying to get a producer out of the studio during one of our shows back in our previous lives, get out. Get out.
Get out.
Get out.
That is correct.
I mean, listen, I'm not happy that she got hurt.
No.
I don't care anymore. She's done. It's over with. Move on and go co-host with what's her face on MSNBC.
Yeah.
She should be the co-host with Rachel Maddow.
Yeah,
By the way, Rachel Maddow is now going on Colbert.
Yeah, she was on last night.
Late night comedy is now
dead.
It's so dead that they have to bring on CBS of all places, right? Isn't Colbert on CBS?
Yeah.
An MSNBC person has to go on CBS to provide comedy for Stephen Colbert now. That's why nobody watches late night anymore.
Yeah. Yep.
It's an absolute outrage.
Except Gutfeld.
Yeah. Gutfeld,
well, yeah,
that's
because
it.
that's comedy.
Yeah.
That's comedy. That's fun. That's sarcasm.
Yep.
That's what we want. That's why people listen to this show.
Yep, exactly.
You want to
right.
laugh. You want to enjoy it. That's why people are listening to my show now. They want to have fun talking about sports. They don't want to hear all this woke crap.
Exactly.
I want to decouple from the woke.
Don't we all, Tony?
I
Don't
never
we
coupled
all?
with any woke people. I've never coupled.
He's only coupled with Ms. Robin.
Right.
There you go.
Exactly right.
Yes.
Well,
Good
a couple
man.
Other,
Mighty good man.
It depends.
Well, he got her the ring, which, not for nothing, might have shut her up for a little bit. You know?
Well, it's coming up on the 1-year anniversary of the ring, the engagement.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Not the ring phone, not the ring, the doorbell that we installed. That came later.
Right.
But the ring is New Year's Eve. I proposed to Miss Robin almost a year ago.
Yep.
Wow.
And the wedding has still not been planned.
What?
It's on hold right now.
What?
We're trying to find it. We're trying to find a hall. I'm trying to find a VFW hall, maybe the Teamsters, maybe the IBEW hall on Delaware Avenue.
Hey, Johnny Dougherty can probably take care of you.
Johnny
Not for
Doc, my
nothing.
boy.
Love Johnny
I can get the inflatable rat outside. Make sure that there's the caterers are union only. We don't want
That's
any
right.
non-union creeps coming in there.
That's right.
The crumb creep cowards, as Frank Rizzo used to call them.
Yes,
we'll get
indeed.
that Teamsters guy,
Yep.
and we'll get that's it. We'll get Mark Wayne Mullen and the Teamsters guy to actually fight in a ring at our wedding in the IBEW hall on Delaware Avenue.
I love it.
Incredible wedding with that. Thank you, Frank.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
We'll get
You
the
can
whole thing
bank on Frank.
sponsored.
There we go.
Get it sponsored
Seriously.
by IBEW Local 88, right?
Yes,
Is
indeed.
it 188? What's the local there?
98.
With Johnny Dunn.
98.
98. You said
98.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Local
Tony,
98.
let me break some news here at 8:55.
breaking news.
If you and Robin would like to get married on Kayal and Company,
Seriously.
we can make that happen. I'm sure we can sponsor it, and it'll be a great great time.
It'll be
Nick
great.
could be like the best man.
And it'll be great for us in the holiday book.
And by the way, I'm an ordained minister, so I can marry myself.
Wow.
Can you do that if you're an ordained minister?
How does that work?
No.
No,
You
yeah.
need somebody else.
Pay this place. You just pay this place, and then they send you I have like a minister license plate.
Yeah.
I got a minister plaque that I can put in when I want to get a parking spot. But I never was able to beat the PPA. Even they realized that the minister stuff, they're like Megan Rapinoe. If you have a minister tag on, you're still getting towed away. You're going down to the impoundment lot down there near IKEA on Delaware Avenue.
Well,
right
we
behind
can
the IKEA.
we can pay the $25 and just make Nick a minister,
Yeah,
right? You
yeah.
can put the collar on. And
Dearly beloved.
No, you got to go
we
through the
gathered
whole
here
process.
today.
You got to
Yeah.
send the money.
It's a
You've got to
thing.
have
Wait.
the badge.
What?
You got to have the bumper stickers. You can't just pretend to be a minister.
You know who's also ordained? We could do this.
Who's that?
Mike
Riccioli?
Opelka. No, Mike Opelka is ordained.
No, get your boy Pastor Bill Devlin in here.
Or Pastor Bill Devlin.
I like
Pastor
that.
Bill Devlin could definitely. So you could have Pastor Bill Devlin. He could marry you, and then Bruno could renew the vows with Nick and Kristen.
Well, there you go.
You could do like a whole duo.
Let's not get carried away. Let's just focus on one relationship at a time. You see, this is what happens, Tony.
Then we could do like the honeymoon. We could do the whole honeymoon thing.
This is brainstorming on the air.
Come
That's how
on.
Victimhood started. You brainstorm and you come up with great promotional ideas. You know what I'm saying?
This would be so fun.
Yep. We could rent out Wells Fargo Center. We could this could be the next wing ball.
Yeah,
Tony Bruno, Miss Robbins' wedding. Let's make this happen.
Mass wedding. Everybody it's a mass wedding. We'll have like 5,000 couples get married.
With the undercard being Nick and Kristen.
Yeah.
Come on.
And the floor at the Sixers floor for their it's got that runway in the middle.
And we can use the Wells Fargo Center in April and May because the two teams that occupied are done playing by that time of year.
Right?
Melt the ice.
That's not
Melt
right.
the ice.
Melt the
Come on,
ice,
you're
Tony.
giving up on the Sixers already because somebody ran over Kelly Oubre?
Yeah, we'll have you come out in a Zamboni.
That's good.
John on the YouTube chat writes Al Sharpton is available.
Stop.
Yeah, the Reverend Al.
Dearly beloved.
And we'll get
How does
Tawana
that
Brawley
sound?
back. Tawana Brawley will come back
Oh.
and then accuse somebody of sexual assault.
Yeah.
All right.
Ew.
All right, we got to get out of here. We got some stuff to do. We have bills to pay. Tony Bruno live from Florida. Catch him today on the TBSN
love you,
at 3
Tony.
o'clock. Thanks, Bruno.
Oh, download
So
the
funny.
app.
Yeah.
I need. And if anybody wants to help sponsor, and if there's any millionaires or billionaires out there who want a piece of the company, I'm putting up shares like the Green Bay Packers and any other sports franchise. You want to buy a piece of me? I'm looking for investors right now. Open lines right now.
I'll Venmo you a 20 spot. There he is. Bruno with us as we go to Dawn Stensland with a word for QC Kinetics.
Yeah, because this is really the future here, breakthrough stuff, the future of joint pain relief. It's right here in the Philadelphia region. QC Kinetics, advanced regenerative medicine. If you've been told more steroids or surgery are your only options, just hold up just a second, would you? Get a second opinion. Learn more about how you can actually harness your body's own healing agents, which attack that joint pain. I'm talking lasting relief because QC Kinetics does not mask the pain. That's not what we're talking about. These breakthrough treatments actually go to the very core of the problem using concentrated healing properties, which are placed directly into your joint, restoring and repairing your damaged tissue. And so you think about this, just picture yourself, because we have some 70-degree weather coming up later this week, right? No more pain in your knees, your hips, your aching shoulder, your aching back. No drugs, no downtime, no surgery. And this is what life is about. And that's what QC Kinetics really does. It's giving people back their motion, giving people their lives back. And these are all natural treatments. Just call them. Call the local medical professionals. You get a free consultation. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000. QC Kinetics, would you just call them on this Wednesday? Call them by noon today. 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Rescue Natural Supplements' unprecedented Black Friday sale is back again this year. The savings are bigger and better than ever. Right now, they're slashing prices on all supplements with discounts ranging from 50 to an incredible 80% off the total cost. Rescue has a wide array of products to address your health needs, including immunity, cholesterol support, heart health, and natural energy enhancers. It's 50% off omega-3s, probiotics, and so much more. And one more thing, this Rescue Black Friday sale will run the entire month of November. So shop today at res-q.com, res-q.com, or call a Rescue Product Consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Again, all Rescue supplements are 50 to 80% off during the entire month of November. So why wait? Start shopping at res-q.com today or call 800-26-ALIVE.
There are so many terrifying political and economic trends tearing down the global economy. But but your retirement does not have to collapse with it. The exclusive crash-proof retirement system guarantees over 5,000 consumers not only survive, but thrive despite market volatility, guaranteeing protected growth that cannot be taken away.
My name is Robert Sims. I live in Levittown, Pennsylvania. The interest credited to my crash-proof retirement system can never be taken from me. With all the debt that the nation has, I am leery of where the economy is going to head long-term. I feel good about where I sit with the crash-proof retirement system, regardless of where the economy goes in the next 5 years or so, because it has delivered on its promises.
Register for the next Crash-Proof Retirement Educational Event at the Falls at the Doubletree in Mount Laurel, New Jersey on December 13th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Police are looking for the person who shot and injured 3 men in South Philly Tuesday night. Israeli forces are launching what they're calling a precise and targeted ground operation inside of Gaza's largest hospital. And the House votes on a bill to avoid a government shutdown with bipartisan agreement.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Happy 62nd birthday, Granddad.
Thanks, sweetheart.
I got you this.
A mug. What does it say? Beware. If you are 60 or older, you may be at increased risk of serious consequences from RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, compared to adults younger than 60.
Not all dangers come with warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today. RSV vaccines, including Pfizer's, are available. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
For over 4 decades, Kitchen Magic has been transforming ordinary kitchens into extraordinary spaces. Our dedicated team is at the core of our success, combining expertise and creativity to drive innovation and excellence. We understand that your kitchen is more than just a space. It's where memories are made and cherished for a lifetime. We'll craft a kitchen that truly becomes the heart of your home. Discover the possibilities at kitchenmagic.com today. Now offering no money down, no interest, and no payments for 12 months on your kitchen remodel.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Company. Final hour underway on a Wednesday morning. Hopefully Tony Bruno rests up for the next 6 hours before his show begins. I don't think he took a breath for 27 straight minutes.
He's so funny.
That was remarkable. That's a beautiful thing of Tony Bruno. When he gets going, you just stay out of the way. And
awesome.
By the way, everybody loves the wedding event.
All right.
And the vow renewal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Joanne.
A-E-I-O-U. Those are the vows, right?
Or maybe just a second honeymoon.
Second honeymoon. Yeah. Hey, Stalker, about that raise.
The
Biden inflation.
Joanne writes, everybody's been wanting a Kayal and Company event. This would be perfect for it.
I guess so. I guess you're right.
Yeah.
All right. Just, let's just buy the merchandise for right now, people, all right? Just buy the hoodies and the T-shirts.
1210WPHT.com. The merch store is there. Purchase all the merch, please. It's a perfect holiday gift, right?
It is. It really is.
You get a nice sweatshirt. I got all kinds of compliments the other day when I was wearing that sweatshirt. And you're like, wow, that is really nice material.
Right.
1210 WPHT. If you're on YouTube right now, the link is up in the chat. So just go there and show us some love. Right. You know what I mean? The money doesn't go to us, okay? We're not getting rich by this. It's just a way to help promote the radio show that gives you so much joy and entertainment.
Because we're
5 days
our
a week.
own marketing department.
Thank you.
There's no advertising budget for 1210 WPHT, so we got to do it ourselves. And most of those people that say, "Oh, that's a really nice sweatshirt. Oh, it's great material." Those are the people that don't actually realize what the show's about. And then they say, like, "Oh, it's, that station." Oh, please. So there you go.
And it's a great conversation piece. I'm going to give them a shout out. They're not a sponsor, but I don't care. Artifact Brewing Company in Hatboro. I was there a couple weeks ago. The owner there, huge fan of the show. Came up to me and goes, GregStalkerSucks.com. I was like, oh, that is awesome.
People are still saying it.
Yeah. So, and I had my Gallon Company shirt on. A ton of people came up to me.
There you go.
So it's a nice conversation starter.
I would agree. We've got two good stories here locally in the state of Pennsylvania and also locally in the Philadelphia area that we are going to get to. The Springfield Township court story, where the court has rejected the township's ban of the thin blue line flag as unconstitutional and a violation of First Amendment and free speech rights. We're going to get to that story here in a couple of minutes. And then also another state trying to ban Skittles, and that would be our very own Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We'll get to that story as well. But let's get to the news, 9:06, and it's time for Dawn Stensland's Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Yeah, Big 3 at 9, sponsored by Gaza Premium Automobiles this morning. Get the trumpets ready in New Jersey. The First Lady has made it official. She has just launched her bid for the Democratic nomination for U.S. Senate in next year's contest.
Tammy Murphy?
Tammy Murphy.
Wow.
So she's going in to try to replace Gold Bar Bob?
That's right.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
That's right. The wife of you-know-who.
Uh-huh.
Her candidacy, she's just announced it. She just released about a 4-minute video, and I guess she's holding a news conference at some point today, but she did release about a 4-minute long video that she has posted on social media, and now she would be, everybody's saying, oh, she would become the first woman elected to the Senate from New Jersey.
Great.
But yeah, she's running in competition of United States Senator Bob Menendez, who we've talked a lot about as he's indicted and accused of a lot of nonsense and illegal behavior, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
But, this really this goes up against Representative Andy Kim, who has already, thrown his hat in the ring. So she's now running against Andy Kim and Bob Menendez as well, if Gold Star Bob, as you call him, doesn't drop out of the race.
Do you think she could legitimately win?
Yep.
So do I.
Really?
Yeah.
I do. I just, every time, here's what you have to do is when you see these notable names or, people that draw a lot of attention, just assume if they are a D and they've got that kind, if your initial reaction is they got no shot, they're probably going to win. Like, just go the opposite of what your gut tells you initially. Like, oh, Tammy Murphy, John Fetterman, win. You'll see.
Yeah, well, what the Democrats are looking at is the Democrats picked up at least 5 seats in the Assembly just last week, right, in this year's midterm legislative elections. And so that's a nice endorsement for the governor.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's also in his final 2 years of his second term. Obviously, he's not going to, run again. So I think people won't see it as a conflict. She wouldn't be sleeping with, I don't know, the whole governor thing.
Could you see him running for president?
I think he could see himself running for president.
Right.
I think that's why this turbine project is a big loss for him.
Yep.
With that going under so far.
Right.
But she is popular, they say, in New Jersey. By the way, one of her big things is on maternal and infant health and the environment, big on environmental issues. Those highlight her announcement in here. She's a Virginia native, University of Virginia graduate, but remember, she worked in finance at Goldman Sachs alongside her now husband. That's how they met, I believe.
Aww.
They have 4 children.
Such a cute love story.
So there it is. Remember, I don't know whatever resulted, but remember a New Jersey state trooper, a female who was one of those who's on duty to watch Tammy Murphy, was suing, saying that actually the Murphys were very unfriendly. The mom had just given birth, had just come back to work, was trying to pump. Remember that?
I do remember
pump her
that.
breast milk.
That's close to a year ago. We talked about that
So
story.
I have to check on that.
And put her in a utility closet or something?
Yeah, basically she could pump her breast milk in a utility closet. And so...
Wasn't treated too nicely.
He was not treated too well. So we'll have to follow up on that.
I mean, it's not like Chris Christie throwing a water bottle at somebody.
This is true.
Well, those two are, they all come off silky, sweet, and smooth when they're out, but behind the scenes.
Oh.
I mean, they both worked at Goldman Sachs. They're both ruthless.
Yes.
You have to be ruthless to work for that company.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Miserable human beings. Total frauds in public.
All I could see in that, I can't wait for the Zioli show when he does his whole trumpets and then does his imitation of what the governor thinks
Has
of his.
Zioli actually tweeted about Tammy?
I got it. Yeah, we probably
check the timeline. While you do the
somebody, we got to check that because he's going to have a field day playing as what the governor is saying about Tammy. You know.
As of now, no. The last tweet was 15 hours ago.
So
he'll get to it.
Somebody wake Zioli up.
Actually, somebody actually listening to me about tweeting. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's nice.
Can we stop getting our news from Twitter?
Nick can't go 15 minutes without tweeting something, but thank you, Rich, for not tweeting something in 15 hours. I appreciate it.
Zioli's the teacher's pet.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate that. Very nice of you. Very good job. A+.
He only tweeted twice yesterday in total.
Exactly. Exactly.
I'll bet you the toddler is
both
sick.
of you need to take lessons.
Oh, you know what? I'll bet you one of the kids he had to take to the pediatrician or something.
Yeah.
We'll have to find out.
No, he does a good job of not tweeting. He does. He really does. And he only retweets stuff and that's show related.
He does.
In my defense, I was at a great community meeting honoring a lot of volunteers and law enforcement heroes last night. I tweeted that's pretty much all I tweeted about it, I think.
Okay.
That's my story, and I'm sticking with it.
You're darn right, girl.
Speaking of sticking to your story, I know, Nick, right? Speaking of sticking to your story, let's talk about the quite explosive testimony in the federal embezzlement trial of John Dougherty. Since Bruno brought up IBEW, this is the former union boss of IBEW, powerful boss, accused of stealing more than $654,000 from his own local union, as well as its political action committee for many years. That's the accusation by the feds. Of course, John Dougherty, vehemently denies that he ever did this. The defense pretty much has said, yeah, he did some sloppy bookkeeping, but never stole from his union. The key prosecution witness is contractor Anthony Massa, who claims Johnny Doc's brother, and here's the big headline, because this is a big deal and has other ramifications to it, but this contractor, Massa, he claims Johnny Doc's brother, who is Pennsylvania Supreme Court Justice Kevin Dougherty, actually got some free home repairs paid for by Local 98, okay? And so defense attorneys for Johnny Doc now attempting to discredit the contractor who is testifying against Johnny Doc, claiming that Johnny Doc really got a lot of free home repair and free stuff for his family at the expense of the union. So the witness saying that as far as Justice Kevin Dougherty, that back in 2011, that the company here did drywall and a lot of painting work for days in Justice Dougherty's Northeast Philadelphia home for free. So Massa was instructed by somebody else to bill Local 98 for the job and thus getting the homework done for free. Now, an attorney for Justice Kevin Dougherty says that the justice never did anything wrong. The quote is, did nothing wrong. And by the way, federal prosecutors have never accused the justice with any kind of a crime. And by the way, did not initially name him in their indictment, calling him family member number 4.
Family number 4.
So ultimately, what they're saying here, and this is why this is a slippery slope, I think, because the federal prosecutors, although they have all these receipts and so on and so forth, in the case of family members getting the work, all of those testifying say that another guy who's a co-defendant was the one who always said, "Oh, bill the union." So we're going through this, and that was Brian Burrows, by the way, the former of the union as well, because there are a total of five union members. Dougherty's one of them being accused here.
All right.
So it's a tangled web. So we'll see where this is going, but I just wanted to bring you up to date on that one. And a follow-up from June when Philadelphia City Council voted to create the Reparations Task Force. Remember, we talked about this last summer, and the task force was created, and we were told it would be studying and developing reparations proposals in Philadelphia. So here's the latest, and Bruno was headlining this, that this Friday, 11:30 a.m., so you can apply for it. So our city of Philadelphia is officially launching the application for the Philadelphia Reparations. So you can watch it live on Channel 64, or you can join in person, right, and learn how you can be part of this groundbreaking work and try to return what was stolen. So for centuries, this is the big flyer coming out, and Kendra Brooks had really started this, but she's gotten a lot of support. This was rubber stamped in our own city council. Here it comes. America. America stole labor and stole the wealth from black people through enslavement, Jim Crow, and redlining. So you can learn more about how Philadelphia is going to lead the way in the nation to returning what was stolen. And you have to either go to the city council meeting this Friday, or you can tune into Channel 64.
I'll be watching wall-to-wall coverage, Dawn.
We might have to carry this live.
I know. We should break into regularly scheduled programming.
They're citing the slavery disclosure law, which I didn't realize that that's actually a law in Philadelphia. We require our banks and businesses that the city works with to examine. You must examine your history. And if you've ever profited off of America's slave trade, you must offer reparation programs.
Okay, I'm going to have to go back through my past transactions.
This is city law.
Ah, okay. Good to know.
So I don't know how this money would work. Yeah. But that's because where would the money go? Yeah. That's the question.
Great question.
Who gets the money?
Follow the money.
Follow the money, because I wonder if actually families and children will get the money, because I kind of doubt it.
Yeah,
but
me too.
This is, I'm being very serious. This is a news release that has been put out. This was voted on in city council. We talked about it initially being created at June 15th, and now here it is. So this is a serious thing. It's making national news. Right. We are sponsored by Piazza Premium Automobiles today. Discover the luxury of the Mercedes-Benz lineup, including the mid-size GLC SUV, as well as the fully electric EQ. Is this one that you drove, Nick?
The Ioniq 5?
Is that a Mercedes-Benz?
Oh, no. That was a Hyundai.
Okay.
But I did test drive an electric vehicle.
Okay. But you did not drive the luxury Mercedes-Benz.
No, that's correct.
Okay. So we need to do that. The mid-size GLC SUV, as well as the fully electric EQ models. So these are among the most luxurious vehicles, beautiful vehicles on the road. You can test drive today at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and now Atlantic City. So thank you, Piazza Premium Automobiles, for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 9:18 here on this Wednesday morning. The morning mystery movie clip coming up in just a moment. We'll save the Pennsylvania thin blue line flag story for after we get our winner, as well as the Skittles story with Pennsylvania next to ban that product in the state. But right now, let's give it away with our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It is an immovable fact that I killed Harlan.
Yes, you did. Yes, he did. Yes, you are. But I spoke in the car about the hole at the center of this donut. And what you and Harlan did that fateful night seems at first glance to fill that hole perfectly. A donut hole in a donut's hole. But we must look a little closer. And when we do, we see the donut hole has a hole in its center. It is not a donut hole, but a smaller donut with its own hole. And our donut is not a hole at all.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
And today's great prize is a $50 gift card to the Metro Diner. If you can identify that movie clip, call her 855-839-1210. $50 gift card to the Metro Diner if you can identify that movie clip. We'll come back, get our winner. And then also, if you back the blue, it was a good victory in Springfield Township yesterday. We'll get to that story as we wrap it up. What's on the cut sheet part 2, and many other things as we get going here and finish up strong on a Wednesday morning. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
From local town councils to Capitol Hill, agents who are realtors are standing up for what's right. We're here protecting property rights. Here advocating for the issues that affect our neighborhoods. Here championing fair and equitable housing for all. Because we are realtors, bound by a code of ethics, driven to serve our communities. We're here for it all. Here for you. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
In business, everything your employees do impacts your brand, including what they wear. Cintas has high-performance workplace apparel for almost every job imaginable. From work shirts and pants to polos and khakis to Oxfords or T-shirts, these clothes move, breathe, and look great. Your team gets the styles they like, you convey the image you want. And Cintas service includes weekly laundry and delivery. To learn more, visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And you know, doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
You got the alert this morning. Now get the whole story. Count on NBC 10 News today.
It's more than just headlines. It's news to get you ready for your day.
If you need motivation, here we go. We've got your playbook.
The most accurate hour-by-hour weather forecasts.
Traffic info to get you there and back easier. It's all you need to get up, get ahead, and stay ahead.
Make your mornings count with NBC 10 News today. Count on it.
Wherever the road takes you this holiday, make it memorable in the ultimate driving machine. Step into the BMW X5 with capable performance, cutting-edge technology, and unmistakable presence. Or chart a different course in the BMW X3. With style and powerful all-terrain versatility, there's no limit to your adventure. Find your ultimate BMW X3 or X5 at the Road Home sales event. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Hurry in for a credit of up to $3,000 on select models now through November 30th. Visit BMWCenters.com today.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Only 1 in 5 people with autism are employed, despite many having the skill set and desire to work.
Maybe it's because employers don't know what kind of jobs they can do. Like, what about a programmer?
That's a job for someone with autism.
How about a healthcare worker?
Yep, that is too. People with autism can do a lot of different jobs, but often get overlooked due to outdated stigmas. Introducing WIN by Autism Speaks. We help businesses lead the way in inclusive hiring.
What about a ranch hand?
To learn more, go to autismspeaks.org/win.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Water quality continues to be a topic. Ensure your family is drinking clean, pure water with the Kinetico water system from Martin Water Conditioning. The Kinetico system removes all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap is crystal clear, all natural, delicious water. Put the Martin Water Conditioning family's passion for water to work for you. Do what I did. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. Mention DOM 2023 to receive an exclusive offer. DOM 2023. Visit martinwater.com. martinwater.com.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra in a salute to Philly sports fans at Westchester University, January 26th and 27th, in the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey on February 25th.
I love the orchestra.
Can't wait to hear the band. The city is on fire right now.
It was fantastic.
The Birds.
Keep this party rolling, baby.
Awesome. This is funny. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University and the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com.
Hey, Kayal, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company on this Wednesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Cut Sheet Part 2 coming up in a couple of minutes, as well as what's on tap for the Dawn Show and who won Twitter and YouTube today. But let's find out right now who won our Morning Mystery Movie clip and who's got the prize, which is the $50 gift card to the Metro Diner. We've got Dorothy in Wilmington, Delaware, joining us this morning. Dorothy, good morning. We appreciate you listening. What clip did we just play for you?
Good morning. Knives Out.
Yeah. That is correct. $50 gift card, Metro Diner. Thank you very much, Dorothy.
Thank you. We just watched it about a week ago. So
so it's
fresh in the mind.
There you go. Top of mind. Nice work out of you. Thank you, Dorothy.
Thank you so much. Have a great day, guys.
Same to you. Thank you for listening. $50 gift card to the Metro Diner. Big win yesterday if you believe in backing the blue, as pretty much everybody does, except for a few radicals out there. Local story, Springfield Township, what is that, 15, 20 minutes outside of the city? You had a court rejecting the township's ban of the thin blue line flag as unconstitutional. This coming down, a federal court has ruled that a prohibition by a Pennsylvania community on the display of the American flag with a thin blue line that is supportive of law enforcement is unconstitutional. That's nice work out of them, as they argued that the use of the flag was creating discontent and distrust in the community against the police. Again, another group of people are just, it's my anxiety flares up. However, U.S. District Judge Karen Marston ruled that the ban restricts the free speech of public employees under the First Amendment, saying, quote, in her ruling, the township repeatedly suggests that the thin blue line American flag is of limited, if any, public value or concern because it's offensive and racist, Marston wrote in the court opinion. But, quote, as this court previously told the township, the First Amendment protects speech even when it is considered offensive. And, of course, I think nobody with a functional brain would consider that to be offensive, except for the people that are trying to squash and ban this. If you're unaware of the story, a thin blue line flag signaling support of law enforcement has been a thing that we've seen the last couple of years. Marston said that the township's calling of the flag various names bordered on unprofessional. She conceded that it was undeniable that the flag carries racist undertones to certain members of the community. Quote, it's a resounding win for the First Amendment and free speech. It showed once again that the government cannot engage in viewpoint discrimination based upon a message it disagrees with or finds offensive. So I remember this was obviously a local story, but this was a common theme really in 21 and in 2022. I remember we talked about the one story in California where the high school football players on a Friday night to begin the season back in late August, early September, ran onto the field. They had the American flag, and then they had the American flag with the thin blue line on it. And people were trying to say that that was triggering, that it was offensive, that it implied racism. Again, we live in a world where if you support law enforcement officers, there are some people out there that will look at you sideways and think that you're some bad person with an evil message. So this was a great win, I think, for those that value free speech, common sense, and, oh, by the way, supporting those that risk their lives to protect ours. So
yeah, it's ridiculous.
It is.
And, I'm so glad for them. And this has been going on for, almost 2 years.
Yeah.
And in Springfield, Montgomery County,
yep,
right over the border. And I'm just so thankful.
Yeah, me too. So that's the one that played out. And then lastly, we got to get to this ban here. This was an exclusive from the Daily Mail as Pennsylvania eyes its own Skittles ban after California Governor Gavin Newsom signed a bill to outlaw some of the cancer-causing ingredients in the food.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I literally just had a pack of Skittles for my son's
Halloween bag.
Halloween bag 2 days ago.
Oh, boy. Well,
am I dying?
Yes, you're probably going to die.
Cool.
You probably consumed some of the ingredients, which I just had it here. It was red dye number 3. Vegetable oil.
Dawn knows all about this stuff.
Oh, I know all about this.
Uh-huh.
And
potassium bromate.
This is
Dawn.
nasty.
Cool.
Uh-huh. And propylparaben.
Yeah, I love that in my Skittles. Yeah, it's lovely.
I think I had that in one of my body washes or shampoos at one point.
I think if you as an adult have it, fine, but don't give it to your kids.
So you would not give children Skittles anymore?
Nope.
Not
Once
even
I
a
learned that,
little-
I threw it out. I threw it out, just like the applesauce pouches.
Yeah?
And what's in them? Like
nasty
dyes
chemicals.
and
cancer-causing ingredients that include red dye number 3. Remember,
they're so tasty though.
They are great.
You can taste the rainbow.
I love Skittles.
Taste the rainbow.
But not the big bag though. Just
God.
the little individual bag.
Yeah, no, I had one of those big bags.
No, did you really?
Well, my son put one in his mouth and he didn't like it, and he goes, "You can have the rest." I'm like, "Well, I'm not going to turn this down.
Yeah,
I'm not going to throw away this candy." Apparently, I should have.
What wasn't there? Every time I see these colors with numbers attached to them, like red dye number 3, I'm almost certain this was the thing, and I don't know if this was true or not, but it was going around 25, 30 years ago. This was when Greg and I were probably in high school or junior high school. Do you remember one of the ingredients that was in, and I'm assuming it's in a lot of different products, but it was in, I think, Mountain Dew. It was yellow number 5.
Yeah, sure.
And I could probably look it up and find the answer in 2 minutes. But the allegation was that if you drank that, it really depleted your sperm count.
Yes.
Is that true?
No, of course it's not true. It was just our parents telling us that. So we stopped drinking Mountain Dew, which is,
the worst soda you probably have.
Urine coated soda.
Yeah. It really, obviously no soda is good for you, but like Mountain Dew is probably the worst non-diet soda you can drink as far as pure sugar and just I think there are some people that drink Mountain Dew each morning as like their alternative to coffee to really get their day jump started with a jolt. And I don't know why I remember that 30 years later.
Is there more caffeine in Mountain Dew than
I don't know that I don't know that it's more caffeine. I think it's the sugar content is just absurd.
Well, guys, if eating that bag of Skittles has put a early death watch on me, it's been a pleasure working with you guys.
It's been a real experience, man.
It's been real.
So Pennsylvania is following a similar bill that California has done, which outlawed the 4 food additives under its Skittles ban earlier this year. New York also considering similar legislation. However, the manufacturers that use these ingredients in popular foods are hitting back, saying that they undermine consumer confidence and create confusion around food safety.
Jeremy Burke writes, "Remember the soda Jolt?"
Oh my God, yes.
Jolt Cola.
It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
And remember RC Cola?
Sure.
Yeah. So
I'm just thinking back. The problem with banning though is it's going to make people want to eat it more.
I know.
You know what I mean? Like, hey, Skittles are banned.
It just goes back to what we said in the Big Take this morning with those 2 clips I played. Personal accountability and responsibility. There's a lot of things out there that aren't good for you. You're an adult. Make a choice and then live with it. You know?
Well, now that I know, I'm actually glad my son doesn't like Skittles, because now that I know, I'm not going to give them to him.
Yeah. See, I'm fighting the candy battle right now with the girls. They just all they want to do. They think every day's Halloween. It's like no.
Well, the problem with Halloween is that you have a giant thing of candy, and then there's just a bowl sitting there, and you're just like, well, we need to eat it, right?
The way here's my view and here's my rule.
Yeah.
Is when you go trick or treating, you get all the candy that you get and whatever else you get, chips or whatever else people give you. That's it until Easter. Don't ask me about getting candy at the gas station. Don't ask me about candy at Wawa. Don't ask me when we're checking out at the grocery store. You have enough candy that will get you till the Easter bunny fills your thing up again. You're done until then. That's the Nikki Haley rule.
From Halloween?
Yeah.
You save the Halloween candy for Easter?
No. I'm saying that's the candy you're going to get. If you're going to eat candy, I'm not buying it. You have enough candy. Space it out. Don't just consume it all in 3 weeks and then say, "Can I get this?" No, You're not getting it. You're done until April.
But you buy new candy for Easter.
Oh yes, I'm not repackaging it. No.
Yeah.
No, I'm not that cheap. All right.
But I do like, seriously, I have candy dishes all over. We never eat it because when it's all over the house, then you know it's there.
Yeah.
So it's better to keep it out. I mean, not for Greg. Like, I'm not for little ones.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because it'll be all over the floor. Then the dog eats it. Then the diarrhea. You know what I mean? Like, that's a disaster. But over the age of like 8.
There's a new poll up on YouTube right now. What is worse for you, Skittles or candy corn? Skittles winning 72%.
Yeah.
Well, what's wrong with candy corn? Is it just
do they have the as much cancer-causing dye?
Cancer-causing dye? Oh my God. What, I mean, people have eaten Skittles for years, right?
Yeah.
They changed the ingredients, though, I think.
Oh,
Is that
did
what
they?
it is? Yeah.
I've also got this. Everybody's so worried about what they're consuming. I mean, Brooke Shields is saying that one of the reasons she had a stroke was because she was drinking too much water each day. Like,
I mean,
if too much water is bad for you, then
that's a real thing.
I know, but then what's not bad for you, right?
Well, her claim is that she didn't have enough salt or something in her body to absorb it, so she drank water really fast, and that may have led to. I mean, water poisoning is a real thing. I don't know what they call it, but
did it have vodka in it? I don't know.
It would be if it was me. But what's the key? Moderation and everything, right? Moderation.
It usually is, yeah.
There you go. All right, 9:37. Let's get to a Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on
Sorry, Nick.
the cut sheet?
Part 2. What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2, sponsored by your Delaware Valley BMW Centers now through November 30th during the BMW Road Home Sale event. Lease an all-electric 2020 or 2024 BMW iDrive 40 for $719 per month for 36 months with $7,069 due at signing. Details at bmwcenters.com. bmwcenters.com. Thank you, BMW Centers, for sponsoring What is on the Cut Sheet Part 2. All right, let's start off with a CNN cut. I'm going to go to cut 15 here, guys. They seem to be interviewing a lot of voters, even if it's not the narrative that they like, which, I guess is commendable. Okay. On 2024, this person says, just as we hold Trump accountable, we have to hold Biden accountable as well. Imagine that. This is cut 15, guys. Go.
But with Biden at the top of the ticket, potentially facing a rematch of the 2020 race, voters say the burden rests on him to deliver on his promises and not take their support for granted.
Just as well as we hold Trump accountable, we have to hold Biden accountable.
Wow. Interesting.
Good.
All right, so you're going to hold both guys accountable. So we
Are you eating? Are you eating?
Yes.
I was expecting that clip to do more than 8
20 minutes you're off the air. You can't wait 20 minutes?
My sugar,
you have to
my
eat?
Sugar's a little low.
Oh, my Lord.
I'm feeling
you were talking about Skittles and you made him hungry. What are you eating, and do you have mustard on it?
No, I do not have mustard on it.
Mustard.
It's a blueberry, Nature's Bakery blueberry fig bar.
Okay, that's healthy.
Plant-based, vegan. I've got anxiety, and I'm non-binary, and,
If anybody missed your big take, I was laughing. I had to turn my mic off.
I might run that one back again
so
tomorrow.
hard.
I'm going to do a rerun
Oh, my
episode.
God.
No.
I'm running out of ideas.
There's no rerun. Not running out of ideas. There's fresh content every day.
Of course there is. All right, so they're going to hold both accountable. That's great. But if you're going to hold Biden accountable, that phenomenal. But then are you going to vote? That's the question.
Yes.
Are you going to vote for him? You can
That's
sit there
the
and hold him
follow-up
accountable all you want. But when you look at this economy the way it is, if you get out of your feelings and you just look at, a side-by-side, like a tail of the tape, and you compare what matters the most, the guy that you probably held accountable in 2020, now that you have buyer's remorse, maybe you should go back to that guy.
Brian Stelter, remember him? Little Brian?
Yeah.
He's he wrote a new book that nobody's going to read. And he's out pimping it on some of the cable news shows. He was on with Dan Abrams last night on News Nation. Okay. And Dan Abrams asked about who the most partisan hosts are on each network. He had a really quick answer for Fox, but when it came to MSNBC and CNN, a little less quick.
Okay.
Really? Yeah, this is cut 11, guys. Go.
All right. Speaking of Fox News, who do you think is the most partisan or most detached from reality on Fox News? If you were going to pick one,
Maria Bartiromo. I focus on her in the book because she's the first person that started smearing those voting technology companies, even days before Trump did it after the 2020 election. It was Maria Bartiromo. I think she was afraid of him losing, afraid of losing her access to the president. When Trump lost, she lost too.
It's kind of wild what's gone on with Maria Bartiromo. I mean, the evolution of her from star business reporter to now being kind of fringe player.
Well, fringe player, except a lot of MAGA voters really believe in her, and her propaganda is embraced by those voters. That's what's frustrating about Fox. There should be more real reporting and fewer of those opinion hours, in my humble opinion.
All right, so that was the easy question. Now the harder question.
Anyway, all the questions before were easy?
Yeah, well, it was easier. The last question was easier. This one's the harder of the two.
Okay.
Among the left-leaning networks, let's start.
Can I just ask, why is that the harder question?
I know. Why? First of all, the News Nation wonders why they get no ratings. Booking Brian Stelter in studio is not going to move the needle. I got news for you. But God.
It's like, easy question. Who's the most partisan? Who's the most... He can't... Okay. Let's let him answer, see how he does. Okay, guys? Ready, go.
Start with MSNBC. Who do you think is the most partisan or biased host on MSNBC?
I think the word partisan is a nasty word. It's a
No.
negative word.
All right.
Now it's nasty.
Who is the most biased?
I was on Joy Reid's show last week.
Yep.
The segment before me, the banner was Trump's authoritarian streak. I happen to agree. Trump has an authoritarian streak. But I think she comes with a very clear point of view. I don't think it's a bias. I think it's a point of view.
Oh, my. Listen to this nuance.
Unbelievable.
Listen to this nuance when it comes to his buddies.
It's just unreal.
Oh, my God.
So is that considered in Stelter world a shot at Joy Reid that he took there?
He goes, well, what you said I agree with, but I guess it could be technically biased.
And how about him too? Also, as far as like thinking he's a programmer, we should have less opinion shows and just more news based. Yeah, no, opinions are what drive those networks.
Tuna Fang says he wants a job. Yes, you're 100% right. That's the angle he's going for here. He wants a job.
Yeah, he
he
wants
wants
his head a little bit. By the way, that little side hair growing in is not a good look as a bald man.
He looks like a potato.
But what it tells you is that he already has figured out there's no way Fox will ever hire him.
Yeah.
So he's going to rip them in his book. But he's not going to rip anybody else where there's a where what's the movie saying? So you're saying there's a chance?
Right, because when CNN gets rid of you, there's still MSNBC and News Nation that he could get on.
And by the way, the owner, the person that got rid of Brian Stelter is not there anymore. So he has a path to come back if he wants to.
That's true.
I want to keep this going because this is just infuriating, and I want people's blood to boil at 9:43 in the morning. Keep going, guys.
Perspective, just like you.
Well, no, look, but here's the difference. I admit it, right?
I think she admits it too.
That's true.
I think Lawrence O'Donnell, Joy, they own it.
No, they don't. Not all of them admit it, right? And by the way, the people who don't admit it are on CNN. On MSNBC, they admit it more, right? They come out. Rachel Maddow says what she thinks, and you know what she's thinking, right?
Yeah.
Joy Reid, you're right. Joy Reid does come out, and I think she is the.
How can they not? Well, how can he not have that conversation then with Fox? Because 90% of the people he's talking about on Fox are opinion hosts.
Right. And he's obviously trying to tread lightly with MSNBC. Like I've got one foot in the door, so to speak. But I'm waiting for when he just roasts CNN here.
All right, here we keep going. I'm sorry, I don't mean to keep stopping it, Nick.
That's fine.
The most partisan person on MSNBC.
Oh, you agree?
I didn't know you didn't say it. There you go. All right. So there we got an answer. Now, all right. So what about CNN? CNN, I think, can be argued as the most dishonest because I do think that there is a serious left-leaning bias on CNN that they don't admit. That doesn't mean everyone, but it means that there's a lot of it on CNN. Do you think that there are any people on CNN who are overtly biased, whatever the word is you want to use that isn't offensive?
I really, truly don't. And they fired me. And I'm telling you, I really, truly don't. But if your viewers disagree, they should email me. Tell me, Stelter at Gmail. Tell me where I'm wrong.
Jim Acosta?
Oh, my God.
I think Jim is telling the truth.
No.
I really do.
Wow.
The truth hurts really
Liar.
sometimes.
Yeah, so again, there's no such thing as, I mean, for example, I saw, and look,
point of view, it's perspective. They bring perspective.
I agree.
Oh my God!
I know.
Oh my God!
I wasn't even going to think about Jim Acosta because he doesn't have like a normal daytime or an evening time prime time slot.
He has a Saturday show.
He has a Saturday show. He's just a weekend schlub. Yeah. That's a good one. I mean, he is clearly from day one made it very clear where he is. You could argue, I guess, Caitlin Collins, if you've kind of read between the lines, maybe a bit of a fraud. Jake Tapper, but I mean, Tapper occasionally will toe the line of neutrality. Occasionally, that's embarrassing. If you're Stelter, he's writing a book.
He wrote a book. It's called something of Network of Lies or something, and it's all about Fox News.
He's butthurt.
A little bit more here.
I just think it's about admitting it, right? It's about admitting that you have the perspective and not pretending you are a straight news journalist, right? If you were to ask the majority of hosts at MSNBC, they would tell you, not Joy Reid, not Rachel Maddow. The majority of them would tell you, I'm non-biased. I'm objective. They're not.
I think there's lots of forms of journalism in the U.S. And there is the most down the middle, vanilla Associated Press style. But then there's lots of other kinds too, and they're more of a perspective journalism.
But you got to admit it. That's my only point. You were right to say to me, Dan, you do point of view. I do. I do an opinion show.
Yeah.
I am not doing straight news at all. What I try to do is provide balanced perspective. I try to do it based on facts. You don't know which way I'm going to come out depending on the issue.
Oh, I know.
But I definitely do point of view. Yeah. But I admit it.
Yeah.
And that's the difference. Is all these? Oh no, I don't do opinion. I'm just non-biased. All right. Speaking of promoting your.
There we go.
Yeah. Dan Abrams really keeps you on the edge of your seat every night. But I wonder what Dan's going to say.
I give him this. I give him the credit for this. This clip, I believe, will be played all throughout the day today.
Yes,
because it's so absurd. It's so absurd. So I guess kudos to Dan Abrams for asking this question because he got Brian Stelter to act like a complete and utter buffoon.
Yes, yes, indeed. All right, coming up next, we will find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show and who won Twitter and YouTube today. But first, let me tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Just a couple of weeks ago, stopped on out to the Piazza Hyundai in Westchester location and sampled the new 2024 Hyundai Ioniq 5 fully electric vehicle. And it was far more powerful than I ever imagined. With a full charge, delivers up to 303 miles of range. In just about 15 minutes, you can go from 10% to 80% battery just like that. The Ioniq 5 Limited comes with 320 horsepower. Bet you didn't know that. And it's backed with Hyundai's America's Best warranty, 10 years and 100,000 miles. If you love the technology, this is the vehicle for you. The dashboard with the gauges that basically look like two different iPads. Very, very innovative and techy if that is your cup of tea. And you can take advantage of a and everybody's going to love this, a complimentary home charger and up to a $600 installation credit with a purchase or a lease at Piazza Hyundai of Westchester and Pottstown. Or you can just shop online right now. Just go to piazzaautogroup.com or stop on out and tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Rescue Natural Supplements' unprecedented Black Friday sale is back again this year. The savings are bigger and better than ever. Right now, they're slashing prices on all supplements with discounts ranging from 50 to an incredible 80% off the total cost. Rescue has a wide array of products to address your health needs, including immunity, cholesterol support, heart health, and natural energy enhancers. It's 50% off omega-3s, probiotics, and so much more. And one more thing, this Rescue Black Friday sale will run the entire month of November. So shop today at res-q.com, res-q.com, or call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Again, all Rescue supplements are 50 to 80% off during the entire month of November. So why wait? Start shopping at res-q.com today or call 800-26-ALIVE.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Police are looking for the person who shot and injured 3 men in South Philly Tuesday night. Israeli forces are launching what they're calling a precise and targeted ground operation inside of Gaza's largest hospital. And the House votes on a bill to avoid a government shutdown with bipartisan agreement.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
I'm Tony Kornheiser, and this is my show.
My friends come on and you know them. We talk about the sports you care about, football and now basketball too, though we don't really pay attention until later in the year, and the absurdity that is our lives. Line etiquette at your local pharmacy, the current phase of the moon, the importance of talking to a human being on the phone, and most importantly, the power of a box of that. Listen on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Times are tough. Sometimes a paycheck just doesn't cut it. Today, more people than ever need our help. I'm Ernie Russell, Board President of the Catholic Charities Appeal of the Archdiocese of Philadelphia. Through the annual appeal, nearly 1 million people in our community receive help through shelters, soup kitchens, schools for special education, and so much more. Please donate today. Your gift matters.
Please donate at CatholicCharitiesAppeal.org. That's CatholicCharitiesAppeal.org.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Confidence is super high this fall in Philadelphia sports, and I want to tell you why you should be super confident getting your car serviced at United Tire. Right now, you'll get the very best pricing of the year with their Black Friday sales event. Great prices, best rebates, and most of all, quality service work, plus owners providing tremendous customer service. Now through December 5th, save big and choose who services your car. Choose United Tire and Service. Go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Businesses to watch. Armin's Red Tag Bonus Cash is back, and Armin Chevrolet is giving you freedom of choice. Armin Chevrolet is leasing a new Equinox LS or a new Trax LS for only $199 per month. 24 months, 10,000 miles per year. That's right. Choose either a new Armin Equinox or a new Armin Trax for only $199 per month. Visit ArminChevy.com for details on Armin's 35 available Equinoxes and Armin's 55 available Traxes. That's ArminChevy.com. Hurry. Red Tag Bonus Cash ends soon. Businesses to watch. Armin is proud to again be the #1 Chevrolet EV dealer in Pennsylvania. The incredible new 2024 Chevrolet Blazer EV has just arrived at Armin, and the affordable Bolt EVs are arriving daily. Visit ArminChevy.com and click on the Electric Future tab to learn more. Find new roads to Armin Chevrolet, where dealership meets friendship. Trax MSRP $21,495. Equinox MSRP $28,035. Tax tags bank fee additional $36.99 down payment to its signing. Requires current lease and household nature. Bank approval ends 12/4/23.
Oh, I can't wait for next spring, southern Italy. It's going to be beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. We talk about it every day with our family. Trip of a lifetime for us. But I just want you to picture yourself savoring the sunset beyond the Isle of Capri, one of the most spectacular views, most beautiful places in the world. That's right, the Amalfi Coast, Positano, Sorrento, Capri. We're going there. Join me next spring. We're going to discover all the wonderful sights in southern Italy, thanks to our friends at Conservative Tours. Abbey of Monte Cassino, Pompeii, of course, the great sights in Rome, all while enjoying a gastronomical event for 12 wonderful days of touring. So here's the thing, $52.67, which includes nonstop airfare while supplies last. Okay, and this includes a mozzarella farm visit, all the wineries, all the legendary tasting sessions, group dining events. Oh, it's going to be amazing. I can smell the lemon groves outside my hotel window in Sorrento. Just go to conservativetours.com, or you can call 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. We'll visit some of the unspoiled secrets of southern Italy. Authentically Italian, conservativetours.com. Join me. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
$9:54, it's Kayal and Company here on a Wednesday morning. The Dawn Show is coming up at 10 o'clock this morning, and we find out what she has lined up just 5 minutes out.
Yeah, so we're going to talk more about this latest New Jersey measure as we have a first lady. Sound familiar? A first lady running for U.S. Senate. Brings us back to Hillary Clinton, does it not?
It does.
So her odds will take you through that upcoming election, what that looks like with Governor Phil Murphy, still the governor, while his wife then would be campaigning as senator. Are there any conflicts? We'll look through all of that and talk locally. I'll talk about and feature what where the great ceremony I attended last night. Great event, just a packed house with so many local heroes being honored in law enforcement as well as volunteers in the community, and we'll take you through that. A great night in Montgomery County. So I do want to profile that, what we were doing, and somebody special in my life who received a prestigious award. So
Very cool.
We'll take you through all of that.
Greg Stalker. Oh, no.
She said special. Speaking of that, let's find out who on Twitter and YouTube today.
Who won Twitter?
Who on Twitter, sponsored by Holland Floor Covering. I'm going to give it to Richard Notaro. He says, let Tony Bruno know I am an ordained minister of the Universal Life Church for more than 40 years and would be more than willing to serve as the officiant for his vow renewal.
Okay.
There you go.
He wins. He
Pastor
wins
Dick.
Twitter. Pastor Dick.
Rich Notaro.
I'm going to give YouTube to Big Stinky Cheese 67.
Yeah.
I just want to read that name.
Yeah.
He says, just spent my morning picking all the red Skittles from our candy dishes, mixed them in with my wife's beet chews. I'm late for work. It's not right. It's not right. There's an easier way to get rid of your wife. That's all I'm saying. Holland Floor Covering, thank you for sponsoring Who on Twitter. Holland Floor Covering is the region's premier flooring dealer, family operated. Sorry, it keeps stopping. Family operated for over 50 years, providing exceptional service and professional installation. Visit their 2 showrooms in Wayne and Newtown. No charge samples, no obligation estimates. Learn more at hollandfloor.com. Holland, HOLLAND, floor.com. You should visit them just because I butchered their library. hollandfloor.com. Thank you for sponsoring Who on Twitter.
All right, that's going to do it for us today, as we've got a cast of about 50 people all of a sudden gathered outside of our studios, like we're zoo exhibits.
You're not going to...
My anxiety's kicking in here.
Make a face.
Cry victim.
boy.
There we go.
Jeez.
Hopefully no cops come around. There's no white people out there. I don't want to become triggered.
Yeah, by the way, if you haven't done so, go back to After Dawn show, obviously, but sometime later in the day, go back and listen to The Big Take.
Yeah, do it around 8:30 tonight. There's nothing on TV anyway.
Thank you.
All right, everybody have a great rest of your Wednesday. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is coming up next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6, and as Corinne Jean-Pierre would say,
I'll see you tomorrow. Come talk to me.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt. You may not be required to pay it